But as my dear facilitators, you can very well see that value education is actually a seed, and you can see by this value education we can have honesty in our children, compassion, cleanliness, discipline, integrity, love, and the numbers are many which are accountable. In other words, I would have to say that gratification is nothing but the need of the hour. As the era where we are living is full of stress, full of being indisciplined, and the things which are completely disorganized. So the only things which we can, by using all the things which we can make this world a better place to live in, that is value, and it should be interrelated with education, because if there is not value in education, there is no use of education. It will remain only a piece of paper. As we must have seen a quote most of the time on our screen that comes flashing that your education is just a piece of paper if it is not seen in your behavior. So it is the base of everything. Now let's see what value education is. Value education literally is an essential element of a whole person, because it not only educates the individual but also it indicates the mind of the individual. Inculcating in children a sense of humanism and a deep concern for the well-being of the others. Here I would repeat the line, a deep concern for the well-being of the others, because the world is full with the people who are very good at thinking about themselves. But the thing is that we need to think about others as well. Now let's go to the origin of the word, that is value. The word value has been originated from French word that is valoir, and a Latin word valere, that means to be worth and to be very strong. As far as value education is concerned, value education is a planned education which aims the proper development of attitude, values, emotions, and skills for the holistic development of the students. As you can see, a very famous quote of Father of the Nation, that literary education is of no value if it is not able to build up a sound character. And as far as I think, value education is something which helps students to comprehend and appreciate the significance of honesty, responsibility, respect, compassion, and other moral and ethical virtues that are fundamental in leading a meaningful life. Again, you can see a quote describing the era that when you educate a man in mind and not in morals, you educate a menace to society. Literally, because these days we can see there are many examples of the people who are just a source of destruction of the humanity and the world as well. Well, education is not just imparting knowledge. Really, as we also teach our students, that only teaching subjects is not enough, but instilling a sense of responsibilities, a set of core values and principles in students that guide their behavior, which is of utmost priority. Teaching them to be well behaved is the toughest task, I think. Do you agree with me or not? Teaching them to be disciplined and to behave well is the toughest task. As a teacher, as a facilitator, we also go through in our classes with our students that it is easy to teach them the difficult tasks like math, the difficult sounds of math, and the very difficult rules of chemistry, physics, or whatever we are teaching with the rules of language. But just to make them teach the real values really a task. So the primary goal of value education is to cultivate morally upright citizens who contribute to the society.
Well, how many of you know Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma? You can say his president. Okay. Yeah. Was the president of India, former president of India. Okay. The teachers, we are not so well connected with him. Now, recently, few years back, he was highlighted in the news and everywhere. So I think idea नहीं होगा. So let me tell you, Sultan of Oman, he has come to India, and during his visit, when he met with Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma, the president of India at that time, this person, you can say by Muslim in his nature, like religion, this person, he touched the feet of Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma. You know why?
So Shankar Dayal Sharma was his teacher.
Yes, right, sir. Because Shankar Dayal Sharma was once, for a very little time, was his teacher. And सुन के कितना अच्छा लगता है? Like people respecting their teacher, right? Do we get the same values now? Why now when the teacher is coming and the children just escaping? कभी वहाँ घुस जाते हैं, कभी वहाँ घुस जाते हैं. Why? They are not even confident of wishing the teacher good morning. Why? Why they just want to escape? What value is missing now? Respect. Okay. Don't you think that the children in primary, they are very happy? Good morning, teacher. एक झूठ बना के they say good morning, teacher, and they bring flowers. They are happy seeing their teacher. What happens in the senior classes? Why they want to escape? Respect is okay. One word that I accept it. What about now? Especially in the primary classes, they are so happy. In the senior classes, they don't. ठीक है? Oh, नहीं आया है, so happy. Isn't it? Yes, this happens. Now, it's in the junior classes, they love the teacher. But when coming to the senior classes, the love, there is a big gap. They love the subject only. And if you are teaching that subject, it's okay for them, so they will be coming to you. If not, तुम कौन हो, they don't know. There is a gap, a big gap created. So, we can say that some value sense are missing nowadays. And we often get complaints of this type. The mother also saying, "Ma'am, मेरी बात नहीं सुनता है." The papa saying, "कितना मारते हैं, कुछ नहीं करता." हम लोग बोलते हैं मत मार. But because we are also helpless and they are also helpless. Why? Because the value system needs to be developed. You know, it was a long time when we can say कि high time है, अब तो सीख लेना चाहिए. But till now, we find that it has not so developed. Okay. Now, just you have to say what value you see in this video.
Thank you.
who has felt up. Okay, and this is humanity. Right. So this was a video. Let's move further. Now, we have seen the child who has felt here मैं तो बात ना होगा. But we have seen not only the happiness but the feeling of making the other person get what he is worthy of. Because he was clearly finishing point. He was the first, and the second person has brought. Now, what values we want to inculcate in children and why? Here are certain objectives. Let's see to it. The first one is to sensitize the child about self, family, extended family, community and the society at large. The child is at home, he knows only his parents. But once he moves away from home, not away, when he comes to school, he finds a little bigger community. When he gets his job, he gets into a more bigger community. Now he talks of society. Now he talks of the world peace and all. So now this objective that it is not he or she personal. It is with the other people together. The second one is to sensitize about principles of coexistence. We say ना जियो और जीने दो. So if हमारा जीने का हक है, the other person is also having the same right to live. Environment and biodiversity. A few days back, Eco Club has organized so many things, so many events, and there was some group who has come and who has taken the e-waste and other things. Why? Because it's simply because we are developing in the child mind that environment किसी दूसरे की responsibility नहीं है, हमारी भी है, and we have to play our own part. Creating awareness on personal and public hygiene. This I think here we, especially in the practical classes, only we find the children about this. To sensitize them on pluralistic nature of our society and having respect for all religions, culture and practices. Especially when we deal secularism in SST. Right. When we talk of different nature of animals on this land, in science, in English and in Hindi, when we teach them the different religions and the different people, where all are not equal or all are not same, but everyone has the right to live. To develop the listening and reproducing skill of the students. Now the child has to learn and the child has to reproduce what he has learned. आप सोसाइटी से जो लेते हो आपको वो देना पड़ता है. Otherwise you cannot move. Then we have to sensitize the parents, teachers and the school administration about the importance of value education for healthy social life. Now we get the child only, but frequently we call the parents also, and we have some topics, we discuss with them about some topics, some events, we have Sawan Mela, right? We have that guideline. Why? We call the parents to share the platform. आप आइए और आप देखिए how we are going to organize this, how we are going to get the values in your child, because everywhere, not only the child, even the parent is learning something from the child. Not visual, it's not visible, but still every parent gets something from the child. अच्छा, बच्चा जब जाके बोलता है क्या मैडम ने ये कहा, so the parent is also developing those habits, those cultures. And to sensitize the teachers also. How can I forget we all? we, the teachers of Kashiki High School or of any school, so we have our own very important role because we are the mediator, right, between the society and the child. Okay, filtered knowledge reaches the child, and then the school administration. Definitely, the classrooms, the playground, this infrastructure. So it is the school administration who has to see how the value it transfers. Because value will not be visible. कि अच्छा ये एक सामान है जो मैंने दिया और वो चला गया. And it's a very slow process. But yes, it works. So these objectives of value education. So what are the factors on which the value education is based? You can see there are some of things. The important ones we will discuss. Character building. Character. Listen, no? In English there is one famous thing. No? If wealth is lost, nothing is lost. Then, come on, teachers. If health is lost, something is lost. If character is lost, everything is lost. So we have to stand up for our character. So we have to invite the habit in children. If you have to stand up for yourself, you have to prepare your own character. We may be providing the necessary environment for that. Ethical decision making. We are not there with the child every time, right? We are not there to guide. नहीं बेटा ये गलत है ये मत करो. There are many times in the playground or sometimes in the classroom when the teacher is not there. And there are many instances where classroom होता है the teacher does not come to know about that. So we have to make the child strong enough. We have to equip the child. You have to take a wise decision regarding ethical issues. Respecting diversity. You see, we all are here. No two people are alike. No two people are same. Right? Like in the class also, we find different religion people. And now through education, when we come into inclusive education, we find that this diversity, not only diversity, but here diversity means all forms of life. We are going to address a sense of dignity to every unit of life. Empathy and compassion. Very big word. Very big word. Anyone could tell me empathy? Meaning of empathy. Same feeling. Okay. Okay. Like how? अगर हम क्लास में लोग कैसे सिखाएंगे इसको?
The difference between sympathy and empathy is in sympathy we sympathize with their pain, but empathy is when we actually relate with their pain and we understand their pain in real sense.
Very good, Shreya. So how do you do it in class? My question was. Do we have any other subject as that? Okay. Any other teachers? Okay. We do role play. Dramatics. Right. We give different platform to the children to work on. So when we are doing role play and the child is acting like Martha's family relations, so what the child is doing, he is having the same feeling. Okay, so these type of feelings, not only feelings, the pain, the happiness, everything. The next one is leadership and responsibility. Leadership, we know जो बच्चे आज के like today's children are the future of tomorrow. So we have to develop that one, and it's an important factor. Then conflict resolution. Many instances, we people, we have to face this, and how this has to be sorted, it is a main factor of value education. And then the last one is stress reduction. Today's child is very stressed. Not only child, every individual is stressed. मैं भी स्ट्रेस में हूँ, मुझे 5 घंटा ट्रेनिंग लेना है, और अरुण सर भी स्ट्रेस में है कि भैया 5 घंटा सुनना है. So now educated value that we for it is we have to. Yes sir. कमलेश सर is very happy. चलो 5 घंटे के लिए हम क्या है? Okay. So let's. Okay, categorization of values. Okay, one important value is listening. ठीक है, we can consider it as activity, but यहाँ जब हम उसको, I can take it as a value because I'm speaking and you people have to listen because I will be handing the mic to you also to speak. और फिर जब आप बोलेंगे तब हम सुनेंगे. Okay, so the first one is personal values. Personal values are those you take for yourself and which constitute a critical part of your values and are apparent in attitudes, beliefs, and actions. Personal values may be prioritized, such as honesty, then responsibility, then loyalty, and so on. So, धीरे-धीरे this personal value it grows up. No, मतलब एक छिलके की तरह है. प्याज का छिलका, एक छिलका उतारा, the other comes. दूसरा उतारा, the other comes. So one by one there is different layer of values coming up. Then we have social values. Social values are those which put the rights of wider groups of people first. Anything benefiting only one person or anything benefiting a larger section of people. I hope all answers will be, we will select the thing that is preferring and benefiting the larger section of people. Right? This may include equality, justice, liberty, freedom, and national pride. These are often instilled in us when we were young. Okay? We want freedom. Now freedom is it only for ourselves or we want it for others also? Others also. We want to see equality. All are equal. All. Just now my question was, are all same? We said no, all same नहीं होते. But is it that two people are equal? Yes, they are equal. There is social equality, political equality. So all these equalities we are talking about. And then we are happy जब India जीत जाता है. Okay, nation pride. When India gets a medal in Olympics, national pride. हम सब आधी रात को क्रैकर फोड़ते हैं. दिवाली नहीं है, but क्यों? Because India जीत गया. We are so happy. India का flag लगा के घूमते हैं. So now that nation pride it has to be imbibed in the children. Then the next one is economic values. Are those around money and may include beliefs around ownership of property. आज के ज़माने में ज़्यादा झगड़ा पता है किस चीज़ का है? ये तेरा है, ये मेरा है. Only this thing. Now the child has to be developed कि भैया take what is right. दूसरी का मत मानो. Okay? And you all say there has to be, the child has to learn ये गलत है तो we are not supposed to do that. Religious values, they are spiritual in nature and include beliefs around ownership of property. यहाँ थोड़ा सा मुझे ये लग रहा है. Now religious value, this is entirely personal, and so it is we have to make the child learn. Please do not neither comment or don't say any wrong things about others. So just have balanced life. Give equality to everyone. Now there is one activity. Some sheets are circulated. I hope every table has got no still unit. Yes. I request you people to hold on your pen and answer these questions. These are not lengthy answers. Hardly one or two words or one sentence. Right? You are given 5 minutes and this is entirely individual activity. Everyone has to do it. I am reading it for the benefit of everyone. Who am I? Very small question now. But think about the answer. You find that it's very big. How would you describe yourself as a person? Second one, everybody can see the board? Everyone is contacting you? Okay? You can see?
This self-reflection activity has 2 parts, so teachers should be quick.
Dear teachers, this is individual worksheet. Individual. Do not discuss answers.
Really?
I hope
then the slide will be changed.
Only one question. Of five. Each question is only one liner. You need not write a paragraph, just one liner.
Should I change the slide? Should I? No.
How can you bring about that change? The change that you wish. I hope all have answered all the five questions. Any table, any problem? That Veena?
Should I change the slide?
The second one is what issues are important to you as an individual? You need to hurry it now. First question. What aspect of yourself would you like to change, improve? Answer. सोचते हैं ना कभी यार वो वैसा होने से ज़्यादा अच्छा था. There is something that we are unable to change in ourselves, but we wish to change in ourselves. जैसे हम सोचते हैं कि मुझे थोड़ा हाइट होना चाहिए. Right? हाँ, तो बहुत ठीक होगा. Okay, some action. And not only that, here we are talking is value. What value you want? Wish हमने ये value रहता है कि उनका time cost बदल रहता है. I wish you वो procrastination के लिए नहीं कर सकते ज़्यादा अच्छा. So all these type of things, these values you want to change in yourself. What is the one change you would like to take in your environment, in school, at home? One change you wish. Yeah, school में नहीं होगा या घर में नहीं होगा, कुछ भी ये नहीं मान सकते. Please write down ना. ठीक है ना? And then there is a big question. How can you bring about that change? क्योंकि change लाने वाले हम ही लोग हैं. तो कैसे लाना है हमें ही सीखना होगा. Okay? If I get the please write down. Please write it down. Actually, it is how. ठीक है? So you have to write the process. If you get it, what you should do. ठीक? So how can you think about that change you want to achieve your goal? Now the slide is being changed. So change it. Now those who have finished, we move with the next question. Now the present we have talked about. Your present. Who? Now the next slide speaks about
The second slide.
okay, the questions are changed. Have a look at this slide. Your future. Okay, so the second and third questions are accompanying the first one. So the first question is, what would you like to achieve? Okay, and the second one is, what are the skills and attitudes you think you need to develop to achieve your goals? Only one goal. Okay. Third one is, what problems, difficulties, challenges do you see in realizing those dreams? The change that you wish. And the fourth one is, what or who do you think can help you to achieve your goal? Dear teachers, take only 5 minutes to answer this. Be quick.
Okay, let's get started with the first part of the activity. Each of the group would like to answer first. Please raise your hand as I proceed. Neha teacher is ready with Khushbu ma'am. Yes, please give a mic to Neha now.
Who's ready to answer?
Sure.
Now, teachers, let's listen to Veena.
Good morning, everyone. The first question is that previous age. Yes. Who am I? How would you describe yourself as a person? It is very difficult to say in a very single line or a single sentence, but yes, I am Lisa Jolie. I am very sympathetic, dynamic, and discipline-oriented person. Question number 2. What issues are important to you as an individual? Can I?
The question, second question to somebody else because there are many people and we have only 10 questions. So, who is ready with the second
The
question?
second question is, what issues are important to you as an individual?
Yes, they are.
shoes with me as an individual in my personal life and that I have trust and attachment to shoes. So it really impacts my life most of the time.
Thank you, Neha ma'am. The third question.
Third question to answer.
Please raise your hand for the third question. What aspect of yourself would you like to change or
Third
improve?
answer. Surashma teacher. Third. What aspect of yourself would you like to change? Anyone?
Rita ma'am.
Yes, Shanta ma'am is there.
I would like to change the atmosphere and the discipline of the
Okay, she wants to bring discipline in everyone. Okay, that's a good thing. You are tackling this problem. Is mainly in the school we tackle with this problem and we definitely like to change. Fourth one, fourth question, answer. Yes? No, please, can you give an answer? Raise your hand as it's coming to you. Yes, Ashok sir. Okay, Pooja.
The question says, what is one change you would like to bring in your environment in school or at home? In school or at home. One thing which I noticed is there's a lack of sense of belongingness in the students that are there in the school, due to which they do not pay much attention to whatever they are doing here. They don't feel connected towards their peers much or their teachers, and that is why there's also a lack of respect. Like in the beginning of the session, we were talking about students not wishing the teachers that are not in their classes. They just pass by in front of us, but they do not care to at least wish us good morning and afternoon or whatever. So that sense of belongingness, and also the issues that are there in the school campus, like the littering of the school and damaging the school property. So this is one issue that I have seen, and I feel this is prevailing inside because they don't feel that they belong to this place. If they had been in their home, they would not have done the same thing, because in their personal property, their own property, they will not do the same thing to the furniture that they do in their home. But they are very easily damaging everything in the school. So that is one thing I would like to change, that a sense of belongingness should be there in the students.
That is lack of emotions. They don't feel emotionally attached.
Yes.
To their classmates, even to their
And
school.
it has become a very common problem that people do not feel emotionally attached much.
Exactly.
Yes, we have used this, but most of us around do not feel that. So that's my
Very good. We can see here we have got a very, very clear one line, a sense of belongingness. I hope everybody can relate this answer with themselves. Right. So that's why we get the two things, not respecting the teachers and breaking the school properties, damaging the school properties. Very good. Thank you. The fifth one.
Yes, Pooja ma'am has relevantly stated that the lack of emotion that the students are having these days. So the next question is, how can we bring about that change? So can we have the answer related to the previous answer of Pooja teacher? As the students are lacking in emotions because they are not attached to their schools, to their peers, to their whatever the things they are in the school. So how can we bring that change? I would like the answer in the reference to the previous answer. Whatever you have prepared, it's okay, but I want you to rethink over the matter and you please answer accordingly. Yes, dear teachers, teachers, we want your active participation. Please.
Yes, share teacher. Pondering over Pooja teacher's answer to the previous question, I would like to add that the change that we can bring about the problem that students are not taking the promise towards the school is by creating an environment they are fully engaged with, like with activities. Because what I feel the problem is that some of the students are highly engaged with school activities and some of the students are highly inactive in the classroom and with everything regarding school and studies. So if they are fully engaged,
They are engaged with the boredom, I think.
yes, pardon.
As you said, that most of the students are highly engaged with the school activities.
Yes,
They are
not
this is a great ratio of being bored in the class.
Yes.
Okay, they have nothing to do.
Yes, yes. So in that way, they are pulled towards the school and they are felt that they are a part of the family, then there can be a change.
Yes, ma'am, you rightly said that at times we teachers are, we along with the students, we are fully overburdened with our activities, the completion of the syllabus and the correction and each and everything. That the classroom becomes a technical workshop actually. And there we only deal with the syllabus and the behavior which is of utmost priority is ignored. Now let's start the second slide. And the group which did not participate, I would like the answers from those.
Teachers, be quick. You have answered this. You will not get extra time now to answer. Please raise your hand if you have answered.
What would you like to achieve? Which group would like to answer? Any other group, please? What would you like to achieve? Because without the answer, we cannot proceed.
Yes, please. Okay. I hope so your study is there the answer. Okay. We have got it.
First question.
So with reference to Pooja's answer, I would like to say that as a teacher, we all want to achieve that each one of us present, either the student or the teacher, they should have a feeling of compassion towards each other. Because without that, no one will be leading a peaceful life where they stay. So that is the feeling which should be there in each one of us as well as the students.
And it is the need of the hour, I think. Second question, what are the skills and attitudes you think you need to develop to achieve your goal?
Dear teachers, this is personal. This is in you and not in
As a teacher, as a facilitator, what are the skills you want to inculcate in yourself?
Okay. So the second question, Megha teacher.
What are the skills and attitudes you can inculcate to develop to achieve your goal? I describe that the communication, time management, and the leadership skills are the main factors to develop our goals.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Third question is, what problems or difficulties, challenges do you see in realizing your dreams? Yes, as a teacher, we have many dreams to fulfill within the four walls of the classroom. So, what are the challenges or the difficulties you see in realizing your dream? Suppose if you come fully prepared, you have so many things to do with your students, but when you enter into the class quiet, sitting them properly, arrange them just in all the things.
Okay, so here Natasha.
While properly managing the time and some health issues also.
Okay. So the two problems she is facing is time management and health issues. Okay.
Okay. And the last question, what do you think can help you to achieve your goal?
By taking one step ahead, every day makes a difference. So every day we are learning something new. Then we'll add and make in 1 year, like he says, for a child that learn one meaning, new word every day, and you will learn in 1 year 365 new words. So it is like that. If one effort we are making, so we can improve ourselves. So only I can help myself. Of course, if our friends, our family support us, will lead us to our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Sulakshmi.
Now the next point is integrating value into the curriculum. Integrating value into the curriculum is not just you read a book, pass the examination, and you are finished with education. Education is something which remains when you have completed your schooling and everything. The whole life, from the moment you are born to the moment you die, is a process of learning, because education is a lifelong process of learning. Jiddu Krishnamurti, an Indian philosopher, has rightly said that it's not you read a book, pass an examination, and finish with education. The whole life, from the moment you are born to the moment you die, is a process of learning. And value education is only possible when each, from each I would mean students, teachers, parents, management, and the support staff. Every one of us realizes its inherent worth for the well-being of the learners. That means the value education must go around the student, not with other things. The main focus of the school should be the well-being of the student. No matter what circumstances we are in, we need to keep our students at our priority. We need to make them feel valued. Then only they will be inculcating the things which we want them to have. So, how we can inculcate value through into our curriculum through the subject areas? Values can be imbibed consciously by linking ethics to curricular areas. That is, from classroom to playground. We can teach them value from classroom to playground, because teaching values is not a limited part. We can teach them wherever we are in. When we are teaching languages, so through dramatization, role play, story, just skit on the social agents, we can teach them the values. As our student also, while in assembly, they do present the Nukkad Natak and the role play, so by which they demonstrate the ethical values which should be in them. While teaching science, we can teach them the value behind scientific research. History also teaches us issues and reacting to them. What are the issues and what are the ways and how to react on them. Social science, geography, for this I would like Veena ma'am to just better evaluate.
Thank you, Iffat. Yes, here we all are teachers and we are teaching either of these subjects. Please have a look at this slide. So the two things which Iffat has talked about, languages and science. In language, in English or in Hindi, Can we teach them any values? Is it easy? Like, is it possible? हमें अच्छे से पता है, बचपन में हम लोग पढ़े थे। There was one story, पंच परमेश्वर। सुलक्षणा टीचर, पंच परमेश्वर स्टोरी आपको भी याद होगा, प्रेमचंद का, राइट? हम सबको याद है, राइट? There were two people, and these two, like as the story goes, कि वो आपस में बहुत अच्छे दोस्त रहते हैं, पर दोनों के हालात कुछ ऐसे होते हैं कि they become the दुश्मन, वो लोग दुश्मन बन जाते हैं। And तब one of the person he is in the place of that पंच, उसको लोग पंच मानते हैं ताकि वो बाकी लोगों को लगता है कि वो तो उसका दुश्मन है ना, तो उसके खिलाफ ही फैसला सुनाएगा। ये सोचकर कि उस दुश्मन को पंच की जगह पे बिठाते हैं, and then they ask for the justice, जो कि वो गलत है। And then this जो दोस्त है वो अपने दोस्त के पक्ष में फैसला देता है, and that this person जो जुम्मन and एक और नाम अल्लू चौधरी, very good, thank you Sushma teacher and Shreya teacher and Kumari too। तो जुम्मन को लगता है कि नहीं, this is what is right because he is in the place of that पंच परमेश्वर, तो he knows his role, he knows his responsibility। तो हम बच्चों को ऐसे बोल सकते हैं कि दोस्त या दुश्मन से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, the value that is in you that will bring a change in the society, right? So this we can teach through story itself, through language। English में the last plea है ना, when we talk about compassion, empathy, हम दूसरों के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं, all these stories we talk about। Then we have science, respect for diversity, equality, right to life, everyone has a right to life, so all these things can be taught by the teacher। And then comes history। There are certain historical issues, हम लोग बहुत बुलंद से बोलते हैं नहीं, this was wrong, ठीक है? some medieval period का टाइम कुछ ऐसा था when we can speak yes, this was wrong। The child has to understand he was it wrong, and if it was wrong, why was it wrong? The child has to develop this value। Why? Because once he learns कि अच्छा ये गलत था, तो when he comes into power or when he grows up, वो गलती नहीं करेगा। History, we teach this। Then we have social science and geography। How different living conditions affect cultures, value systems, and behavior। Secularism, diversity, biodiversity, ठीक है? वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। We are teaching the child कि अपने individual से निकल करके, you know, SST is like flying in an aeroplane। Why? Because when you fly in an aeroplane, आपको बॉर्डर नहीं दिखता है, इंडिया पाकिस्तान के बीच का बॉर्डर क्या है, right? You don't see the borders between any two countries, however enemy they are। तो now when you are in an aeroplane, आपको क्या लगता है कि सारी दुनिया एक है, okay? The global village। Now the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam। So this is taught through SST and geography। Then physical education, competition versus cooperation in sports, sporting team spirit।
One of the most important we all teach them value is physical education।
So physical education, competition, the slide which you people have seen, competition was there, yes, competition था, but what is cutthroat competition? That's okay, you know, these two students would have done that, but then did you see how the situations were changed? So now that talks physical education, okay? So continue.
After the identification of appropriate values for primary, middle and secondary. There are many co-scholastic and scholastic activities which are required to be given proper orientation to become an instrument of inculcation of such values. Through all curricular programs, following are important. Inculcation of values by suitably introducing the element of values in every steps. So there are some of the elements which are very important, like knowing. The learner must be made aware of the inherent values while going through a particular topic. Whatever the topics which we are teaching them, the learners need to be patient. And the learner need to have patience as well. He need to be patient and he need to know that what should he know, what should he answer. Then it comes to making judgment. The learner must be provided with conflicting situation. At times it happens while teaching our topics, we give them some work on critical thinking and we want them to work. So there what we do, we just give them a problematic situation and we want answer from them. So accordingly what they do, they just form a group and think over the particular topic, whatever is being given to them, and they come with a decision. So this makes them capable of taking a good decision in life. Then believe me, emphasis should be given to relevant points, helpful in development of faith in the related values. Then action, which is the most important. The learner may be encouraged to practice these values in actual life situation as a result of change in his or her behavior. Whatever the things we are giving them to work upon and whatever the decision, the knowing that the decision they made and the things they believe, yes, it is right. So now it should be in their action. It should be sold. It doesn't mean that we give them a story. The moral of the story was honesty is the best policy. And they need to be honest. So there, they created the story, they made a judgment, yes, honesty is the best policy, and after that, the lesson is over. No, it should not be like that. Whatever is there, whatever your teaching is, must be reflected in your action. Internalization, through constant emphasis on such relevant ideas through an action, the learner should be led to a stage where the practice of acquired values may be spontaneous and immediate, leading to acquired positive behavioral patterns and outcomes. What the line means that, whatever the thing the student have been identified, yes, the child is, it happens in a class as well, we identify some children as a good leader. As we also got from our school that we need to acknowledge the qualities of our students, like leader for tomorrow. Some of the things we have been given by coordinator ma'am that we need to just give one name from each class. So students from their inner self, we need to realize we are good in this and we need to continue with this, because getting first is very easy, but maintaining the position is the real task. Once by laboring down to just working like a thousand, you can secure the position. Suppose you got an activity where you have to work on the topic on still the best policy, and for that you made so many projects, so many experiments and practicals, and you presented and you became first. But that the lesson which was imbibed, that is not in your behavior. So that is of no value. On the screen you can see, it should be noted that values cannot be taught like a subject, like languages, history, science or mathematics. They can only be inculcated in the situations. They can only be inculcated through the situations deliberately planned by teaching various school subjects. Whenever we teach, all the subject teachers, whenever we teach our subjects, then accordingly we plan by teaching this topic, what are the values, what are the skills we are going to develop in our student. And we just monitor our student at the end of the lesson. Yes, whatever we had planned, whatever the focus area we had noted down, whether we have come with that or not. And if we have come with that and we can see that the student is continuing the same, then the lesson is of success. Otherwise, it will be an experiment only. of Lord Buddha, be compassionate. Hatred cannot be conquered by hatred. It can only be conquered by compassion, by Lord Buddha. There's a story on the screen. I'm going to read it out. You can also read. At the end, you need to connect with the answer of the story as per the story. Dear teachers, please read the story presented on the screen. Once a man went to the Buddhist Sangha.
I was the last person, like is the board visible? चलो तो पता करते हैं. So the mic I'm giving it to the last person. Sandeep, please be loud and read this.
Once a man went to the Buddhist Sangha. He did not believe in the teachings of Buddha and was cynically of his following. He found the smile on Buddha's lips and his expressions of disannoyance in the palm of his closed hand, and he carried an insect. He approached the Buddha and asked him in a mocking tone, Can you tell me with your great powers of perception whether what I have in my hands is dead or alive? He was prepared to expose the Sakyamuni, for if the Buddha replied that it was alive, he would crush it, and if the Buddha said it was dead, he would release it to freedom. What might be the answer of it?
Thank you. Now, what would you people think would have been the answer of Buddha? Come on, think everyone. बुद्धा ने क्या जवाब दिया होगा जब एक आदमी अपने हाथ में इंसेक्ट को लेकर के बुद्धा के पास गया एंड he said कि tell me ये इंसेक्ट जिंदा है या मरा हुआ है एंड वो बुद्धा को नीचे दिखाने के लिए what he thought is कि बुद्धा से इसके मरा हुआ है तो उसको जिंदा दिखाएगा एंड अगर बुद्धा ने कहा कि नहीं ये तो जिंदा है तो उसको मसल देगा. What would you think would have been the answer of Buddha? Come on, think. Come up with your answers. What do you think Buddha would have answered?
Yes, you can answer as per your opinion, what you think, what might be the answer. If the question is posed to you, what will be your answer? Accordingly, you can answer.
What do you teachers? Interested? Right. Yes.
He must control the answer that he is not dead as well as alive.
He is?
Not dead as well as alive.
Okay, and anyone?
Any other answers?
Veena ma'am.
बुद्धा का ये वो करता है कि ये आपके रंगों का
ये आपके रंगों कर्म पर है. Okay. Any other answer? Yes, Rupali.
If Buddha knows that the person doesn't believe in him, then the answer must be that it is dead, so that the insect can live and he will not kill the insect. Yes.
So you think that उस insect को बचाने के लिए बुद्धा
If
मर
I know that the
गया.
person doesn't believe in me
Yeah.
or against me, so I will choose this way.
Okay, so one more answer.
I think he would have answered it depends on your perception and belief. How you take it. If you think it is alive and if you think it is dead, then it is dead.
We can have a round of applause for Sudakshana teacher, please. Because the answer was, it all depends upon you, my friend.
And to a certain extent, Shanta ma'am was also quite
Shanta
close to the
ma'am was
answer.
very right.
ये आपके रेमो करते हैं, but the line also means the same. It's all up to you.
Yes, it all depends upon you. Shanta ma'am के लिए भी एक बार जोरदार तालियां. Enjoy a short video here, then we'll discuss about it.
It was an interesting animated video which gave a moral of life. For giving everything, you don't need to be completely well or eligible enough to offer the opportunity. It is up to you, and it is your behavior, it is your perception, it is your mentality, it is your mindset, the way you see the world, and the way you want to be treated. You need to treat the world at the same time. Now next we have the teaching methods by which we can inculcate values in our children. It will be discussion starter. Discussion starter, by this I mean to say that as soon as we as a teacher also do, we wait to the class and we generally don't start with the lessons. We just come to the topic, we ask them, hear what the topic says to you, what you mean by the heading. Suppose we are teaching a story, as ma'am mentioned already. A name of a story is very good, which has a very good moral, that is last name. So whenever we just give them the heading. So we ask the student, what do you think about the topic? What the topic says to you. So they start thinking over the topic. So that is the discussion started. Then drawing distinctions, thinking critically about the distinctions. Whatever we are going to teach them. At first we give them a short description of the chapter. Then comparisons, we also teach them good practices, finding examples. Suppose they are just reading any story and they come with a good moral, we can ask them, who of your classmates think possesses this quality? So the person is also feel rewarded. The name which is being taken by the student, the person also feels rewarded and other also feels inspired. Thinking about the consequences, it is very, because always we have heard West makes West and we should not be hurried. Comparing perceptions, because the class is a combination of many students and about the same topic you will get different answers as well. Different perspective from all the students, then the meaning, analysis, argument. This is one of the most important factors of teaching any of the three, analysis, arguments. By this we just help our student to think from all the sides of the topic. It is not if we challenge them, we do not give them the direction. Okay, you think, you have to think accordingly. But what we do, we give them a multi-direction and they are free to think, they are free to analyze and accordingly they reach on some conclusion. Expressing or exploring agreement and disagreement. Yes, the class is free to give their opinion. Whatever we teach them, exploring possibilities, finding criteria and value judgment. These are some teaching methods by which we can inculcate the values in our student. After that, how we can engage our student. How we can engage our student in a class while teaching any lesson and specifically while teaching any values. Because you must have seen the class is a place where a ratio of the student is busy in their own work, a ratio of the student is busy with the teachers, and a ratio of the student is busy in their own world of imagination. So how we can engage them? One quote is there by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. The three key societal members who can make a difference are father, mother, and teacher. Yes, exactly. It is very well said because what I think as a teacher, the environment a student, a child is in, the environment he lives in, he brings the same environment to the class as well. Do you agree or not, dear teachers? But I think that the students, the kind of environment they live in their houses, they bring the same environment to the class. So father, mother and teacher, they play a stellar role, but here I would not like to leave students and the environment as well. Yes, father and mother, they create the environment, and we as a teacher, we shape them. We shape their behavior, we also shape their thinking ability, the way we think, we can direct them. So we as a teacher, we have a great responsibility as well. So there are some ways, whole school approach for value education, and the element consists of interactive practices. Yes, ma'am, please.
So here, we know the three societal members, as she has said, father, mother and teacher. Now these three people bring a change in the child, and as she has read about the whole school approach, how we can inculcate the value system in the child. Okay, so the first one is interactive practices. You know, today's learning is children-based, child-centered. And so whatever the instance in the larger home. Now he has to deal with the other people also. Now he has to learn कि उसकी ये हरकत से दूसरे पर क्या असर पड़ेगा. So he has to think that. Then we have school activities. We all are having a lot of school activities. We have in class. We have in playground. We have in school hall. We have annual days. We have sports day. Now these activities, the child is not alone. He is with a group. And these activities, they are to imbibe the culture of values in the child. Rules and regulations by which school is run. Every one of us, we are living in a society, we have to follow some rules. So when you are in a school, you are bound to follow some rules because यही से आप rules कैसे follow करना है सीखते हैं. So now this is a very important part in the child life, the school. The manner in which events are celebrated. You know, हमें पता नहीं लगता, but sometimes बच्चे बोलते हैं मैडम आप उस दिन ऐसे किए थे, ऐसा अच्छा हुआ था. But we might skip that concept. But here the child, he knows, he understands what because he sees the teacher working. अच्छा एक बच्चा गिर गया तो टीचर ने उसको फू करके बोला नहीं तुम हीरो है तुम चल जाओ ठीक हो जाएगा. He also does the same thing. When he gets कि किसी और के साथ ऐसा हुआ तो वो भी ऐसे ही करता. Why? Because he has seen the teacher doing the same thing. So he observes the teacher. He sees the senior leaders how the things are to be tackled. The procedure for sharing good practices and assessment. We call some student and say, ये बहुत अच्छा किया था. He shared his tiffin. His dress is neat and clean. And we call him in the before the class, and we tell everyone to clap. So the child feels happy. अच्छा मैंने अच्छा काम किया इसीलिए मुझे clapping मिला. So the other also they wish कि हम उसकी तरह करें. And so this development is for the better. This one, the procedure of very good practices. इस अच्छी आदतें हैं बढ़ते रहते हैं. Then we have systematic planning. Planning, the child has to learn for everything. For everything means उसके plan में होना चाहिए कि मैं जब स्कूल जा रहा हूँ तो मेरा आई कार्ड मेरे पास होना चाहिए. उसको ये उसके दिमाग में होना है, पहले ही प्लान होना है कि टीचर्स ने क्या क्या वर्क दिया है, मेरा टाइम टेबल क्या है, मैं कैसे प्लान कर रहा हूँ. And he has to plan and he has to bring all the things. And how? The main thing is that how. ये सारी चीजें तो okay, the activity that he has done. But उन सारे activities के पीछे one value system is working. He should not be scolded. He should be appreciated. उसका नाम should not come as a wrong way. तो उस तरह से. Integration of individuals who are concerned with society. You all sometimes we keep a rally. ठीक है? And we give jute paper bags, sensitive paper bags, handmade paper bags. We distribute to the nearby shop people. And we insist them please don't use plastic. Now what is this? We are creating a bond with the community that is just near. Because हमारे आने से ज़्यादा बच्चे बगल से ही आते हैं. तो जब हम अपने कम्युनिटी के साथ बॉन्ड क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, हम लोग का बच्चा स्टूडेंट वो सीख रहे हैं that he is one among that community. The harmony within self and others around. Harmony with self. It's not man. It's hum. Because nobody is alone. अगर किसी को पूरी दुनिया में सबको हटाया तो किसी एक को जिंदा छोड़ दिया जाए तो जिंदा नहीं रह पाएगा. So the child has to learn the coexistence between one and many, everyone together. And we are moving to the next slide. But before that, I would like to share with you one short story. And the story goes is that कि एक राजा था और राजा के पास अपने खजाने में बहुत धन दौलत सोना चांदी हीरा मोती और लोग ही राजा लोग के पास था। Then राजा अनाउंस कर दिया कि मैं कल से 9 बजे से लेकर के 5 बजे तक अपने खजाने से कुछ ना कुछ जो भी गरीब मेरे दरवाजे पे आएगा मैं उसको दूंगा। सबने ये खबर सुनी। अब महल के सामने जिस दरवाजे पर ये है वहां पे एक लंबी लाइन लग गई है। सबको देते जा रहे हैं, सबको देते जा रहे हैं एक। तो सबसे लास्ट में एक बंदा बच गया, तो 5 बज गया था तो बंद कर दिया। तो राजा ने देखा कि अच्छा ये आदमी छूट गया। अगले दिन वो आदमी सोचे कि मैं सबसे पीछे छूट गया था क्योंकि 5 बजे मेरा नंबर आया था। मैं ऐसा करता हूँ, मैं सुबह 4 बजे से ही जाके लाइन में खड़े हो जाता हूँ। वो सुबह 4 बजे जाके लाइन में खड़े हो गए। जब वो आधे एक घंटे के बाद देख रहा है तो देखे उसके पीछे पूरी लंबी लाइन है। फिर उसने पीछे मुड़कर पूछा क्या हुआ भाई, आप यहाँ क्यों है? उसने बहुत गरीब हो, घर में खाने के लिए ओ मुझसे ज्यादा जरूरत आपको है। व्हाट इट इज वो दूसरे प्लेस में आकर उस बंदे को पहले जा रहे थे। फिर पीछे वाले से पूछा, उसने भी वही कहा कि बहुत गरीब है। अच्छा ठीक है भाई आगे आ जाओ। ऐसे पूछते 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 अगेन ही वाज इन द लास्ट पोजीशन एंड अगेन जब 5 बजने को आया दरवाजा बंद हो गया। दैट पर्सन डिड नॉट गेट एनीथिंग दैट डे आल्सो। थर्ड डे आल्सो द सेम थिंग। ही वाज इन द फर्स्ट पोजीशन, सबसे पहले आ गया। भाई क्या बात है, बहुत गरीब है तो बहुत दूर से आए हैं, घर में प्रॉब्लम है, ठीक है आप ही पहले ले लीजिए। फिर सेकंड वाले से कि आप ज़्यादा गरीब आप आइए, आप मेरे से पहले ले लीजिए, मेरे से ज़्यादा जरूरत आपको है आप आइए। ऐसे करते करते व्हाट हैपेंड टुडे आल्सो द पर्सन अगेन एकदम लास्ट। अब तो जब राजा उसको देखा 5 बज गया, उसको आज भी कुछ नहीं मिला, मतलब कंटिन्यूअसली 3 दिन है। राजा के मन में कुछ शक हुआ ताकि यार आप भी राजा में कुछ दे नहीं रहा है। फिर उस आदमी को बुलवाया, फिर बोला कि क्या बात है भाई, मैं डेली तुमको देखता हूँ, मैं सुबह सबसे स्टार्टिंग में देखता हूँ लेकिन फिर बाद में सबसे लास्ट में देखता हूँ और तुम कुछ ले नहीं पा रहे हो, क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है? अगर लेना ही नहीं है तो क्यों आ रहे हो? तो वो बोला राजा जैसे आप सबको कुछ ना कुछ दे रहे हैं, हम भी सबको कुछ ना कुछ दे रहे हैं। तो राजा मेरे पास तो इतना सोना चांदी खजाना है, मैं इतना सबको दे रहा हूँ, तुम क्या दे रहे हो? तुम्हारे पास है क्या देने के लिए? इससे नहीं रहा है, ऐसे नहीं बोलते क्योंकि मैं अपनी बारी दे रहा हूँ, मेरा टर्न जो है मैं अपनी बारी दे रहा हूँ। ऐसा नहीं है कि आप मेरे पास धन दौलत रहेगा तभी हम हेल्प करेंगे, मैं भी अपनी जगह पे अपनी छोटी सी मदद हर किसी को कर रहा हूँ। ओके
School is a place where characters are made, one said by the philosophers. School needs to have some guidelines, strict guidelines I should say, as these days the scenario is completely changed. The time when we used to be in school and now when we are in the school as a teacher. So, have a difference we can feel as a teacher when we were students, the way we used to obey our teachers, we used to respect teachers, love our school, everything. Now everything has completely changed. So for this, just to maintain this thing, what I think that the school needs to have a detailed document highlighting the code of conduct for various specific scenarios in a school environment. And this guideline can be prepared involving teachers, student council and PTAs. The roles and responsibilities of class teachers, co-curricular staff, senior leaders, parents and community should be clearly outlined in this document. So accordingly, school needs to prepare the guidelines for, at first there must be some specifically for the learners. There must be some strict and strong guidelines for our learners, and the guidelines will be morning assembly. As a day started with the morning is itself miraculous, because when we pray in the morning, so we meet the Almighty before the circumstances, and we bestow and we just give everything in the hands of the Almighty to take care of us. So morning assembly plays a very important, or I should say a very pivotal role in school, the start of the school. So morning assembly must be planned as it is in the schools as well. The students must be on the time. After that, respecting school properties, which we already have seen in our school as well. There are many who don't respect the school property. At times, in the toilet there is some blast or some properties are broken and damaged by the school providing. Because as Puja teacher had said that a sense of belongingness. Because now there is no emotional attachment with the schools and the things. So that's why respecting school properties. So there must be a proper guideline for the students, and if they are not abiding by it, so in return there must be some strong steps taken against them. Respecting peers. It is one of the important aspects, because they whole day they be with the classmates, they be with their classmates, they be with their friends only. So they must know how to respect the individuality, the individual differences. Discipline in the corridor, auditorium and everywhere, wherever you are, you need to be disciplined. It doesn't mean that only you are in the assembly or while only there is a teacher in the classroom, then only the student will be disciplined. No, they must be disciplined everywhere while being playground. It is one of the most important factors, teaching them a sense of unity and love each other, respect each other. On the playground, they learn a lot. Discipline during lunch break, sharing, helping. While lunch break also, they can learn so many things, how to share, how to help each other. These are the guidelines for the learners. And the guidelines, there must be some guidelines for the teachers as well. Teachers can design and develop various activities that can be used to create an engaging learning environment within the classroom. If the students are felt left in the classroom, if they don't have, if they have nothing to do, so they will create chaos in the class. If the students are not properly engaged, that means if your lesson is not accordingly planned, if the students are free, their mind is free, they have nothing to think, they have nothing to work, only you are working as a teacher because you have so many things planned for yourself, but not for your student. So, teacher must create an engaging learning environment, modeling the values and behavior that a teacher would want the student to learn. If you want to be respected, respect the student as well. If you want to be loved by the student, you need to love them as well. Promote creative thinking and decision-making skills, and that we should lean on them. Every time we should not be after them. You should do this. Suppose we get them some situation, we are running after them. You have to think in this way, you have to think on this way. We need to leave them. Leave them and think they will come miraculously. You will never understand what innate abilities they have. Provide equal opportunity to the student of the class. Improvise inter and intra-communication skills for better relationship. These are some guidelines for the teachers.
So So, once again, focusing this, as Iffat teacher said, the teachers can design various activities. Now, I would like you people to share the activities that you people do. Please think, we all do. Sometimes we do spontaneously, sometimes we do planned. So, I want people to come up. You have to come here and you have to say what you can design or what you have designed someday, somewhere, sometime. Any activity that can be used to create engaging learning environment. How you have made that environment. Any example? We can have a quick examples. Think here, every time we write so we are putting lesson plans, right? But when we execute them, we feel happy, right? So now how? Yes? Dear teachers, you have to share हम लोग भी कुछ सीख लेंगे how you engage the learners. Okay, Pravesh sir.
Whenever I used to teach the students, if I see their face that they are little the boring faces, then I used to crack some jokes, and then after that, again I moved to my topic which I was teaching them by giving some examples. The examples also in a funny way so that they can understand the topic very well.
Some more nice activity, very good.
Yes, we want some more ideas how to engage the class.
In my session, when we see the students are feeling bored or sleepy, we do some warm-up exercises or some games we play with them so that they will be entertained and more enthusiastic while learning.
Very good. So again, a nice clapping. Please be loud. कम से कम काफी लोग मुझे तो बता नहीं सकते। चलो, कभी बच्चों को जगाने के लिए कभी खुद को। Anybody else? Yes, Sunita.
In the standard 4 and 5, we can put the debate competitions because it is very difficult for the standard 5, but they can express their opinions and they can always engage for expressing their opinions. So it is also very helpful to engage them in the classroom. And another is the common role play and discussion, etc.
तो उनका ध्यान एकत्रित करने के लिए जो भी हम पढ़ाएंगे उससे रिलेटेड कुछ और स्टोरी बताएं तो बच्चों का ध्यान उस स्टोरी पर आ जाता है और वो स्टोरी रिलेटेड होगा हमारे साथ इस प्रकार का हम लोग को एकाग्रचित कर सकते हैं।
Thank you, Smita and Sharda Miss. Yes, we have set introduction in our lesson plan. We have a word introduction in our lesson plan. So where either we talk with a short story or with any incident that we pick up.
Okay, anyone can please tell me what happens when we engage our students? Any benefit of engaging them? Why not just go and start your planned lesson and just complete your syllabus? What happens?
Before starting the topic, we generally use art and creative program so that students get attracted toward the topic. It is also compulsory so that
avoid that, we generally start with articulation so that they are more like attractive, colorful reading and storytelling as well.
By this way, they get completely involved, the teachers and the class as well. And it helps the other students also to get involved.
Okay, some more. Because here is the sharing. Sharing or we can say here we have to listen what two people practice. Because we are also going to provide you the same thing more or less. So I would like to know from you how many of you do both these things. So please be quick and share it. Yes, Subhash.
Recently, I have started in my classroom that children often they don't speak in English, right? So to enhance that, see if we start asking them to speak the whole sentence in English, maybe they can't. So to enhance that, so that they should start speaking, I started a small game every day when we are having a circle time. That either they are standing in a circle or they are standing in a row while they will start. Suppose a simple words. I am the name and I'm a good boy. What sort of person or a child what he is. He's talking, I'm a naughty boy. What about you? So in that way, with the small words, they will start speaking in English. I have started this thing and it is working.
So a round, big round. Yes, awesome. Now that is very nice for junior sections. You guys bring them, you can make them learn, you can bring them into active mode. And there's a learning also. Some other hands? Yes, I'm waiting for some other hands.
Yes, for the primary teachers, the leaders of the school, I would like to ask a question. Okay, just in higher classes, okay, either to call them or just give them a slap, okay. So whether they get involved or not, they pretend to get involved. If they are not even, but they are very pretending, they pretend that we are involved with you. But with the kids, so it is difficult, I think. So there, how you people manage to grab their attention, because they don't pretend whether they are able to understand or not, whether they are with you in the class or not, whatever you started and understanding it or not. So how you people grab their attention, and how you people understand that yes, they are with you, they are completely involved with you.
Okay, so we have
To grab their attention, like I have only implemented 2 golden rules in my class.
Yes, I would like.
Whenever I ask them what are the two, like if I see them talking, if I see their attention somewhere else, I ask what are the 2 golden rules of the class. So they know that action, listen to teacher and then they do respect all. So this is what they do in a very quiet way. So this makes their attention totally towards what I am teaching and what I am not.
very
Good.
nice.
Any other? Any other?
So once again, very active, very good.
When they are very noisy, they don't want to learn anything, are busy out talking, I simply just say hello and they all will speak. Whenever they will listen to me that I am saying hello, they will all will say hi and they are back again.
So good technique to just check them with you.
So we have Priyanka here.
When my kids are not in the class, I think they are talking or they are not listening. First, I just stand and look. Some of the kids, they come back, see that only the teacher is looking at us. If not, then I say 1, 2, 3. They will just put their finger on the list and then they will come back to the class. And as you said that how are you going to connect with them? Initially what I do is I give them stars, smiley or something to make them more active in the class. When some of my students are not being that active, I just say them I will talk to you then. When we connect our student emotionally, they, as I say, मार्केट क्या करें ज़्यादा हमारे को
Very good.
Yes, ma'am. I think every teacher should use short phrases like if teacher is saying full pack, everyone starts howling all together. And like to appreciate, we have a very small stickers with us so that if the kid is working good, he is being attentive, and even he is very much collaborative toward their peers, we give them a small star, or you know, love or gesture we can say to appreciate their effort.
Thank you, dear teachers. Share your ideas.
Can I have some senior teachers? How to bring your children attentiveness in the class? बोलेंगे?
Start counting from 1, 2, 3. They all are within the class.
Anyone else? चलिए अब हम इस टेबल पे आते हैं। इतना आप क्लास में पढ़ाई से रिलेटेड इनको कुछ अलग जानकारी अगर मिले तो बच्चे बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान देते हैं। जो हम पढ़ा रहे हैं वो किताब में है वो बताएंगे ही, उसके अलावा यदि आप कुछ बताते हैं तो बच्चे बहुत नोटिस करते हैं। आप कैसे उनको मतलब कि ध्यान अपनी ओर आकर्षित करते हो? जाके सब तो हम पढ़ाना स्टार्ट नहीं करते हैं ना, और जरा फ्री लेवल सब गवर्नमेंट हम लोग उनको कैसे मतलब एंगेज कैसे करते हैं, कैसे अपनी ओर ध्यान लाने के लिए वो कैसे करते हैं?
See, I have a very simple rule in my class. If you study, I will give you some reward. If they are completing their work on time, I say that you will get a gift period. If you are not completing your work, the entire week's gift period is going to be cancelled. So they are like
Reward and punishment.
yes, reward and punishment goes hand in hand.
Positive reward and punishment. Yes.
Then once they have completed the work, I reward them by saying, so you have done your work, now you are going to be the leader for copy collection. Small students like to become a leader, they want that post and everything. So I say that if you complete your work, you will be dining in class, you will be the uniform in class, you will do this. मेरे लिए it's a helpful aid.
They learn to be identified.
हाँ,
They learn to be
identify the students who are good
Yeah,
at
the teacher is taking my name and I am something special.
So एक तीन से दो निशान हो जाता है, अच्छा से काम भी मेरा भी काम हो जाता है, हम लोग का भी हो जाता है.
Very good. Here we are coming with different ideas to engage our learners and make our classroom interactive.
So there were brilliant ideas that some of us can apply in our classes also. Now we move to the second point, modeling the values and behavior that a teacher would want the students to learn. Is there any value, any idea that you want the children to learn, and you are applying that on yourself also? It can be like speaking or using any phrase, or cleanliness, or like good use of golden words, anything it can be. That you apply on yourself. Because you know, ऐसे में जूनियर क्लासेस में बच्चे को नहीं पता मैथ्स क्या है इंग्लिश क्या है, उनको बस अपनी टीचर पता है वो, and if the teacher does, they are there with that. अगर टीचर इस बात बुला करके आ रही है तो घर पे जाकर वो बात बोल करके मैं नहीं मेरी टीचर ऐसे रखेंगे। अगर टीचर ने ऐसे करके बात किया तो से कि टीचर ऐसे की तो I will also do the same. So how many of you, is there anyone who apply those things, little things? Yes, Rupali? We can feel that I'm creative, so my students are also creative. And I do something in the class, so they try to adapt it and live it and go forward. One small action that you do in this context. Like whenever I start with a story, I make sure that I draw a picture from the story on the blackboard, and we try to narrate a different story from that particular picture. And my students do the same, they also draw something related to that picture in their notebook, and they give them different character names and things like that. Wonderful creative, right? Because she is drawing, all the children, all the students also draw the same thing in their notebook. Right? One activity. Any other?
Yes, Shalini?
We have Kushbu here. These days, students are lacking respect. They don't respect the elder, neither they respect us. So to integrate this respect among them, I have just initiated a small effort, or you can say, we know our guard, the watch hand. Whenever he enters in my class and he say good morning, my student doesn't reply to like good morning Dada uncle or good morning Dada. I have got them to tell him sir. So this is what small gestures we are trying, and my students are telling him sir. So this will integrate them for the future. If he is going to a restaurant or anywhere else, whether they call him a waiter come here, yes you come here, he'll call them sir. Even this is taught in hotel management, then you have to give respect, then you will take it.
Very nice, Kushbu. Like these days we have seen the people not giving value. That was right. How she has inculcated the values. हम दूसरे को सर बोलेंगे. We give them like provide that basic dignity of labor. So what happened? Our children will also learn. अगर हम आपस में एक दूसरे को respect देकर के बात कर रहे हैं तो our children will also learn the same thing. So that was a very nice thing. And yes, we definitely do. Some of us, while moving into the corridors, बच्चे हमें देख रहे होते हैं. We wish good morning. बच्चे देखते okay. They give a smile. They say good morning. They will learn. आप देखिए, सर लोग handshake करते हैं. तो you see the new culture in children also. They do handshake with each other. So from where they are learning these role models? From you only. Okay. And there are many other things also. Like if you wish today, the work that they do, the notebook should be neat. You maintain your board neatly. The phrases that you use, the children start using that. Okay, so second one back. Promote creative thinking and decision making skills. Creative thinking. हमें पता है this is the thing that has happened. Now think creatively. Wow, कैसे? अच्छा, खराब, ऐसा होना था. Why not? We give you our question papers also, right? Why not? Think an answer, give answer. So all these things. Does anyone anytime have done any small incident of this type of? तुरंत आपने दिया बच्चों को बोलो भाई तुम सोचो सही क्या है गलत क्या है. It's not our responsibility. It is an issue. कभी किसी की बात को follow. Like the video you have seen, एक बच्चा गिर गया और दूसरा बच्चा आ गया आगे तक. And then he realizes कि नहीं मैंने जो छोड़ा है that was गलत, that was wrong. And so what he did is he went and brought it. तो critical thinking, he is thinking क्या मुझे करना चाहिए क्या मुझे नहीं करना चाहिए, क्या ये सही है क्या ये गलत है. Provide equal opportunity to each student of the class. Now this is the right to equality. How do we teachers practice? Now again one more we have to take the task that is difficult. It is to provide equal opportunity. Okay. Provide equal opportunity. Do we provide equal opportunity to all the children?
Yes.
How?
Like in assembly, we have assembly. Like we have every assembly, so the class teacher makes sure that each child participate in that assembly. So not a single student is being repeated, everyone is being given a
इक्वालिटी इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी सभी बच्चों को देते हैं।
Right. So this is very challenging for me also. Like in my class, every week monitor has to change. Right. So every week there is a one girl monitor, one boy monitor. So this is very easy to choose one monitor and they will handle the class those who are capable. But if you are choosing one person who is not capable for the monitorship and you are giving monitorship to him or her, so whenever I follow any class, I am the class teacher, I change monitor every week so that every class student get chance to be a monitorship. So they are coming to me, sir, I am not able to handle, sir, there is only tum karo hame. If anybody will tell you, that I feel personally that 1 week monitorship, they give them leadership quality. At least those who are sitting in the corner, they are coming in the front and they are telling everyone to keep going. So what we can do, and as Twinkle said about the assembly, definitely we all try to put up all the students in the assembly. Every day, if these 10 students came, then these 10 should not come to the next day. So for the 7 days, we try to take all the students in assembly. Thank you.
Okay, that was a very good practice.
Thank you, sir. And anyone?
We all do it. Come on, teachers. थोड़ा सा अपनी class पे focus करो. We all do this. I'm just asking you to give an example here.
Question is, provide equal opportunity to students of the class. How it is possible to provide equal opportunity in the class?
See, I believe that all the students cannot be good in academics. Some of them are good in extracurricular activities, some are good in sports, some are good in dancing, some are very good attentive students and good in attendance. So when it comes to giving opportunities in primary section, if I'm the class teacher standard 3, I make sure that every student has got some responsibility and keep changing. Like the class said, we keep them changing. So I do the same thing. I have my chalk and duster in charge also in my class. Like the student who's always present. So it is the case of the student, okay, I have to be present every day, then the teacher will give me this responsibility. I make a blackboard in charge also. Handwriting improvement, the students are like, okay, I have to write in cursive handwriting, and the teacher will give me blackboard in charge. I have made line in charge. Then the students are like, okay, we have to stand in height wise and they walk in a line. So there are different perspectives. We just have to focus on it. We cannot just keep giving them, okay, monitor banana. There are different things, there are different roles and responsibility, and it slowly and gradually makes student good in some way or other way in any of the field they want to become.
So that was wonderful, charge the class because full of in charges. Very nice. So we have Sandeep there.
In my class, I have started and the whole of the week I observe the students, and at the end of the week, like on Friday, I declare one responsible child, responsible girl and responsible boy who acted very responsibly throughout the week, did their homework, maintained discipline, were quiet when the teacher was not there, did all their work. They are declared as the most responsible child of the week, and I give them chocolates, and they are the next monitors for the week.
That was right, ma'am, but equal opportunity. Equal opportunity, how do you provide?
Ma'am, like this, other students also will to do the same and they work for it.
Okay. So means at a later stage, when the children will also develop the same, we can happen. Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
In nursery, we are 3 teachers, so we have celebrated the yellow day. And on that day, some of the 2 to 3 students had not put the yellow dress, but we told the parents that why it happened. They were not aware maybe, so we asked them to bring their dresses so that they all will look in yellow dresses. So this is how we have shown the equality in all the students so that they will look same, similar.
Okay.
whenever I give them work, so before starting, first I say play games. All the children are sitting, they pay attention to me. So this way their children are equally treated. And second one is that when everybody completes their work, then only I allow them to have their visit. But equally I am treating everyone, each and every child.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And anyone?
Okay. Okay. Maybe instantly it's not coming, but all of us practice this. All of us try to give equal. Well, how I do is like if I'm putting the difficult question and I put that question to like the person who's very brilliant. What I do is I also give the chance to the not an average child or maybe a little poor in academics child a very simple question. So what happens? That question can be answered by the child who is weak in academics, but then he develops the confidence. I can answer. I have answered. Right? So he participates in that. And then we don't call. Yes. Come on, Shreya, stand up, give the answer. Nahi bolte hain. What we give, we throw the question into the class. And then it is they raising the hands and answering. So all the options, the chance is provided to everyone. Okay. So the last part of this one is improvise inter and intra communication skills for better relationship. Yes, here, inter and intra. How we develop inter and intrapersonal relationship, inter-communication skills in class. Do we give them some questions for thinking like? The last part, improvise inter and intra-communication skills for better relationship. We do. Yes, Twinkle.
Good morning. For the communication, I try to communicate every time with the student, if they have done anything wrong, that's another part. But every time I try to speak lie every time. So if any incident happen in my class, I tell them कि हम उसको story सुना देते हैं. मेरे पड़ोस में ऐसा हुआ था, the child has got in the jail. एक बच्चा ऐसा फेंक दिया था, उसको मार दिया था, तो वो जेल चला गया, तो वो ऐसा हुआ. या anytime if I need to give the moral value to the student, so in that time also I try to give them stories. Like in my childhood, one time happened, one girl escaped from the, तो ऐसा हुआ, बात को ऐसा जरूर मिली, बात को पुलिस को मिलाया. So I try to give them every time new stories. As per my knowledge and as per my thought, every time I put them stories to understand the things कि हाँ कहाँ पे wrong है, कहाँ पे right है. By the stories they understand. But वो stories कभी-कभी लंबा हो जाता है, and we need to complete our syllabus. So, but I feel for the moral story definitely there should be another class. But moral story can be given by the teachers in the class only. between the classes we can give them some stories or some incident, like in paper में न्यूज आया है कि क्या न्यूज है, उसके रिगार्डिंग से हम लोग कुछ उसको अपने हिसाब से डेली बेसिस पर कुछ ना कुछ दे सकते हैं and they can develop. Thank you.
So a nice, you can say making for inter and intra communication.
Veena.
Yes.
Like everyone is segregated their students. One who is very good in academics and one who are not. So I call them beginners. I don't call them weak. I don't call them the struggler. I call them beginners. They are my beginners. Exactly. Exactly. Few things matters what we call them. They hear what we say. If we call them, hey, come on. He is very weak. If we gossip, he thinks about the student. This is what he gets affected, and this will get reflected when he grow. So just to improve this inter and intra communication, I try to talk with each and every individual. They do a very small effort. Maybe he's a beginner and he's doing a very small effort, like he writes very beautifully. Either it is one alphabet, A. I'm making my face like a surprise and I'm very happy. I assure them that they have done something a very big, they have achieved very big thing. Because I feel like for beginners, that is something great. I know my strong part, they will do it, they will write it, they know how to copy, but I know who are my beginners. Every time I appreciate them and I know their personal pros and cons. I know in what they are good and in what they are not. So every time I communicate with them, see how are you? Oh, your hair is looking so good. Just with one compliment, I know my beginners are going to write. That's it. Thanks.
Yes, because at the end our words become their identification. The way we just call them, they start thinking themselves as a
One incident I want to put up in this. My own son, he don't like one teacher in his class. But when I went for the parent teacher meeting, teacher asked my child, and उसको बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार था. But when we stepped from the classroom, my child said कि ये स्कूल में तो मेरे को weak बोलते रहते हैं, आपके सामने मेरे को हक है. So definitely child understand your language. She said कि वो beginners बोल रही है या वो आप उसको क्या कमेंट कर रहे हैं, maybe he will not speak in front of you, but in home and in his mind he keeps things. So we should communicate in the right way with the children. Thank you.
So the children are best observers. Okay. Yeah. So anyone else? What practice you have for intra communication? Some more experts? खुद में और दूसरे में. So we'll change the slide and move to the next talk.
So the teachers have a great responsibility in shaping their character. So the next one is value-based events. It is very clear. So there are some value-based events. So teacher, please give your ideas. What are the value-based events we plan for our students? Inculcate values in them.
Like we have gratitude day celebration, then we have Father's Day, Mother's Day, Grandparents Day, then we have our national festival. So when we celebrate these festivals in the school or in the classroom, the children get acquainted with these activities and they know the value of those things in life.
About the diversity. And anyone? Any group? Value-based events. What are the events which are celebrated in the school to inculcate values in them? Please, teachers. Please. Not preparation actually. Value-based event. What are the events we prepare? Ma'am, please.
conduct various activities like we have been assigned a circle time period in which we should roast them, we give them method, we give them a story. In my last class only, I gave the story, the hare and the tortoise. I gave them characters and explained the story in front of the class, and then asked them what moral values they are getting from it, what we think they have acted life of what the tortoise, how tortoise wants the way to behave in it, or role playing in it. And in group, yes. We celebrate No Bags Day in school where kids come to the school for 1 day, not to study anything as such, but there are many activities that are planned. So it inculcates the value of oneness in them, a sense of learning, group learning, so that they are learning something with their peers together. They improve their communication skills when they are interacting with them and doing something. So these can be the events that can be taken forward to improve value-based learning systems.
Yeah, these small events, they add value within learning. So the next one is identifying peers facilitator. So once again, I can hand over the mic to Rekha teacher. How she makes the peer facilitator, the person for handwriting, the person for all, peer among them, within the student.
The way you just make them board monitor.
If we look forward, standard 3 students are good in handwriting as compared to standard 5 currently. So I have made a thing like if every pension there is one student who is good in cursive handwriting. So I make sure that whenever they're sharing the notebooks or something, even if I'm giving the notes in the WhatsApp group, the best handwriting notebooks are good. And I tell the students, you see, the student is having a good handwriting, you can give it more preference. So they get an understanding, okay, fine, we have to start writing. And a little bit strictness is also required. I'm a strict one, so I make sure this line has to be correct, this curve has to be correct. So in this way, they also sit together and they make each other understand. They don't write like this, they have to write in this handwriting. So this is also a thing going on.
I would like to add something to what Veena just said. When I was taking classes in the primary, the kids are very small, they're very enthusiastic in learning new things, and as previously discussed by they like it when they are given some responsibility. They are very energetic and enthusiastic about it. So when I was taking classes in primary, what I thought of doing once was the students who are good in academics, like they complete their work on time, their handwriting is good, they are scoring well in their exams. So I made those students sit with some weaker ones. In one bench, two students used to sit. So one was for academically skilled child, and the other was someone who faced a problem in life. So I told the other child that you have to help your friend in completing the work, in maintaining his or her notebook, and whenever they have any doubt. So if you can clear the doubt, make it easy for them. So this was one initiative when I even saw not a great result, but somehow the change I saw where students were interested to be that facilitator in the classroom. They wanted that teacher, I will also help someone. Please make me sit with someone, I will also help them. So this was one initiative I took in the classroom.
Rightly and one more importance of identifying peer facilitators. The things which we are able to do, they will do by themselves. Okay, they will have the class, they will have the student which we are unable to teach them being at their places. They will be helping their classmates.
full assembly, everything properly channeled, the classrooms, the coming out of the people from classroom to the assembly, the way they are coming, what they are preparing for the assembly, how they are in their line when some other class is conducting the assembly, right? What they should do after, like if somebody is having any innovative ideas, any road day, anything, so what they are expected to do, what they are expected to do when there is national anthem. So all these things, all these values is like assembly is the place where the children learn. And actually it is the teacher who has to guide all these things. The teacher has to say how, when and how. So it is not that the children they learn themselves. The teacher has to be there as a guidance. So it is, assembly is the place where maximum learning takes place.
Connecting the school with value programs. School must organize some programs where we are able to make them teach some values practically. By orally we can just make them understand that we should be like, we should do this, we need to behave this way. So for this I would like to share one incident with you. When I was in my previous school, where I was working, so there we had visited Cheshire Home. Many of you must have heard about the Cheshire Home. So there we had a visit to the Cheshire Home. So one student was there in standard 9. So he was differently able, the child was. The child was differently able. Mentally he was not that much okay to be in the class, he was there. But the thing was that the child was more disturbing as well. At times we all the teachers had felt that he used to take advantage of the situation. But as his state was, he was physically disabled, mentally he was not stable, so we were unable to just do anything. So when we planned the visit to the Shire Home, and when we went there, so the child was standard 9, so the trip was for standard 9 and 10. So when we went there, and the child was also with us. And even in that place also we started doing whatever he used to do in the class. Okay? He started disturbing, teasing the student, pushing anybody. Okay? And as soon as we met the people over there, so as in the Shire Home there are many people who are differently able, unable to walk, unable to talk, okay, mentally they are not well. So when they saw, so one of the lady was there, she was indicating that how they got all the people over there. We asked them, okay, how either family is there or you just go somewhere and you collect the people. So she said that there are some of the families who just come and drop them here. Okay, because it is very difficult to manage. As the same, it is very difficult to manage with them at the house. Because people are working and the nuclear family system is there. So there is nobody to take care. So the child was there and he was listening. The child was mentally disabled of the class. And he was there. And I cannot express you even today, because I cannot tell you his condition over there. He was like that, my life may be like this. He felt the way, okay. Still I'm having the goosebumps, my ears are here, because the way he went and he started crying. Okay, and 2 to 3 teachers were there, 9 to 10. So he just came towards us and he started crying. The teacher, please, sorry, he started asking apology. Okay, whatever I do in the class, some things are unknown, but some of the things which I know, but I do just to disturb you people. But today I felt that my life would have been the same. And there was a drastic change in his behavior. And not only his, but we saw over there that the students who never mattered what emotions, what relations, they never could understand the importance of their parents and how blessed they are. They could not feel. But it was the day when we came back from there, when the next day, when we went to the class and asked them to share their experiences. So literally there were many who just came with the answer that literally how blessed we are. That we have a stable mind, we have a loving family, are there to support us. And from that onward, the boy had complete change in his nature. So I think connecting the school with value program is one of the most important aspects to teach value education and to invite them with value. And the next is promote community service to sensitize students toward the underprivileged in the neighborhood. Anybody would like to give their opinion about promoting community, or you can promote community service which will sensitize students toward the underprivileged in the neighborhood. There are many people who stay with us, who live with us. While we are blessed, we are overburdened, we have everything, but they lack all the privilege. So, what way we can this?
When we had the LGBT students with us playing roles from standard 3 and 4. So there were students in the class who used to help them with their bullets and notebooks and books, things like that. Similarly, the Jyoti Club of the school does the same thing. And when we start with the new session, there are some students who are not able to get the new books, like the fresh books, maybe it's very expensive for that time. If there are 2 or 3 people in the same, comes from the same family. So then the other students use their books, notebooks of the last year, which is usable again.
Just add anyone?
Same it is the biggest example in a school for the community service. Another thing in track club, we used to go to the Cheshire in Delhi. But by the corona time, I changed that pattern and we go to the Basti where the people are living. And in Cheshire, what happened? They take care all the stuff and he kept in a one place and they'll sign by the paper and they'll take. But in the Basti when they are going, children are serving the people by their hand. Whatever things they are taking, they are taking. By the students, they are telling them to give it to the people. And they are going door to door and they are giving biscuits and packets to the people. Like, so this is the joy of giving, one big joy of giving happening in October in Inhouse. Through this we try to inculcate, it is not possible to take every child to this, but how much students, last time we have taken 30 students to this.
Thank you, sir. And anyone? Question is how we can promote community services.
So we are doing that community service program. We have actually Jyoti Club in our school, which is running for the community service. And this week, Kamlesh sir took NDP students for that training and all. That is a part of community service. So we are doing that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So I don't know many senior teachers would have remembered that once there were few children, I don't remember the class, like a group of children, they collected some money and they have paid the fee of an underprivileged child. Okay, this has happened a few years back. Senior teachers might have like that if they remember. But that also you are sensitized to that part. And not only that, we also say, I have heard the children say to each other, yaar, wo samosa mat khana na, ek din nahi khayega to nahi chalega, chalo we will give, we will do this. And ek dusre ko they say this. When sir, this interactive club and all these people they come, tab hum log bolte na why this? Here because we are ready, we are making the child. Ki tum akele nahi ho, you are even there for the society. You have some responsibility towards the society. So for that, and to let this program, this point, the last one is use of display boards in the classroom. How do we use this display board? To And my question is clear. Use of display board to inculcate value, not to decorate or not to like. I want how you relate it with values.
The important role a display board has in the class. Anybody? No one? Question is the role of display board in teaching values.
Okay. Why some of us we write quotations on board? Or yes, because sir is there.
That's only we are writing moral values in the board. We have given the students to task that every student will bring one moral value and they write. By the roll number, they have given roll number, and by the roll number, every day they will come and they will write the moral value at the corner of the book.
Okay. So that's a good practice. And now we are going to welcome back everyone. It's nice to have a little refreshment in between, right? So now we begin the second session. And we begin with the first slide, that is the 5 Olympic values of education. Right? And these values, joy of effort, fair play, respect for others, pursuit of excellence, balance between body, will and mind. It is given by Olympic Values Education Program (OVEP), and it was in the progress report of 2005-2010. So now we will be dealing with each one of these. The first one, joy of effort. Young people develop and practice physical, behavioral, and intellectual skills by challenging themselves and each other in physical activities, movement, games, and sport. Like we have seen, if we take one child, the child is happy when he gets from 27, he gets 35. Individual marks. He feels happy because he is challenging himself. He last time it was 27, अभी आ गया work a little hard. Maybe as a teacher we say कितना कम marks आया है. But then for that particular child, it is one a very little but achievement कि हाँ हम थोड़ा अच्छा किए. And even many of us also we tell the child yes अच्छा किए हो और अच्छा. Right? So that joy of effort, we recognize the effort that he is putting up. Not only in marks, even in the physical activities, games and sports, in everywhere. The little good way, like when किसी का language थोड़ा खराब है, and then he says कि please may I take and all, and then we say हाँ, that child has used these things in his class, we praise him, and the child feels happy. Okay, I'm doing good, and I should do more better than this. So that is joy of effort. We all have come across during our school time a very small story that there was a boy and he was walking across the seashore. So what happened? One small crab, it came out slowly and slowly. It comes up. So what that person did is he picked up that crab and he threw back it into the water, into the sea water. Then his friend, he said, why are you doing this? कि तुम कितना भी कर लो, वो तो आते रहेंगे and this will be done. And then the child said कि it will not make much difference. And then another crab came and this child picked up that crab and again he threw it. And he showed his friend that it will make a difference to this crab. Because he is getting once again a chance okay, to live. So here the efforts needs to be recognized. the joy that he is making. Second one is fair play. It is a sports concept, but it is applied worldwide today in many different ways. Learning fair play behavior in sports can lead to the development and reinforcement of fair play behavior in the community and life. Fair play. What do you understand by this fair play? Sports teacher, if anyone, fair play in sports. Yes, Kumari ji.
Fair play. Fair play is respect each other, then game duration, fair play, no arguments, referee is the respect first and last decision, maintain decision referee, fair play मतलब यदि हम खेल रहे हैं तो ऐसा नहीं है कि उस टीम को इक्वल टीम होना चाहिए जिसमें सेम एज कैटेगरीज decision, rules and regulations, same for this is fair.
Because it teaches to accept the defeat with a gentle mind as well.
Anyone else? Fair play? Say you are playing, but you know, अभी हमारे अंदर एक भावना है कि हम कैसे भी चीटिंग करके बस जीत जाए. Right? So that should not be there. That should not be there. You have to play, but you have to be fair on your part. आपको सही रहना. Now whether you are winning or you are losing, you have to accept that. And that fair play, which comes from the field, from the ground, it comes into the classroom. Okay, it goes to the home, and then that value needs to be appreciated. Moving to the third one, respect for others. Very, very, very important in today's concept. When young people who live in a multicultural world learn to accept and respect diversity and practice personal peaceful behavior, they promote peace and international understanding. Now in today's world, in one classroom also if we take, we have different students speaking different language. We have different religion also. We find people from different backgrounds, right? And then their culture is different. What we do is we have to accept that. We have to respect that. कि जैसे हम हैं, like मेरा एक हक है, तो the other person is also having the same right because he is also entitled to have respect for himself or herself. And that has to be accepted and respected. Now, our children, even we are not in the same place where we were having our studies, right? Especially the ladies, we have shifted after marriage, and the gents, because they have moved for some other jobs, so they are not in their hometown. They are into a different sphere where they are meeting the people, different culture, different religion, they are living that area. No, like Mumbai के jobs जैसे होते हैं, या अपने भी community को लीजिए, तो we don't find only one religion or one culture is there, right? So what we do we comment? यार हम लोग ऐसे रहते हैं या वो लोग वैसे रहते हैं? That comment should be avoided. And that why? Because you are respecting the other person's culture, right? Whatever, it can be in dress, it can be in food habit, it can be in the way of speaking also, right? So that has to be respected. So the fourth one, pursuit of excellence. जो आपके पास है वही रहो. But then at time it comes when you have to go beyond that. Okay, you have to have a mark for excellence in your personal, in societal, in everywhere. So the first goal here is a focus on excellence can help young people to make positive, healthy choice. There are many choices in this world. Right? First of choice, your online classes, your school coming. School जाना है कि नहीं जाना है? गेम में पार्टिसिपेट करना है कि नहीं करना है? चिल्ड्रंस डे प्रोग्राम स्कूल में है, जाए कि नहीं जाए? Like there are always a choice. दोस्त किसको बनाना है? There are many choice. ठीक है, आपके पास भी एक चॉइस है कि आप स्कूल आएंगे कि नहीं आएंगे, आप मीटिंग में ज्वाइन करेंगे नहीं करेंगे. So there are different choices everywhere. क्या खाएंगे? Even if you go hotel, they give you a menu, and you have many choices there. It's up to you to choose whatever you wish to. So here, the child has to learn positive and healthy choice. मेरा मन नहीं कर रहा जाने का स्कूल, तो will I not go? नहीं, मेरे लिए पॉजिटिव होगा if I go to school, because school is providing me certain learning. So the first choice should be healthy choice, positive too, and strive to become the best that they can be whatever they do. Now strive. You know, there is one more within ourselves. एक अपने अंदर हमेशा एक होते ना अंदर द्वंद्व चलते रहता है. Now for what that should be for excellence. Excellence in whatever you do. Okay, so main दिमाग में हमारा क्या है? That the excellence should be there. उसके लिए everything is for that excellence. Next one is balance between body, will and mind. Learning takes place in the whole body, not just in mind. You can listen to a healthy mind is always in a healthy body. Okay? Even the government provides two very important things to our children, to the people, especially the 4 to 14 years children. What? Education and health. You know, polio ka drop, the government provides it free. ठीक है? Education, सर्व शिक्षा अभियान, the government provides it free. Why? Because these two are the base on which a society develops. If you are healthy, आप अच्छा करोगे. ठीक है? If you are healthy, you can learn better, you can grasp better. If you are healthy, you can participate in everything. So that health, and then not only health will come only when you are good in learning also. So health and education, the two important aspects. Now these two important aspects, they develop not just the body, the mind too. Physical literacy and learning through movement contributes to the development of both moral and intellectual learning. So intellectual तो moral है, not moral. I should do, I should not do. What I should do, at which time I should do. So the child has to be judgmental every time. So now this is the 5 Olympic values that are guided by this Olympic values education program.
A framework by NCRT, as we all cognizant about a national framework which Cbse has developed, and as far as we also deal with the NEP 2020, and government has brought a drastic change in the field of education through NEP, as also integrating value education in NEP has been a milestone of NEP, I should say, actually. And at the same time, government has made it very compulsory to inculcate value at the very early age of the children. Because when a child learns it at a very early stage, he becomes more confident and he behaves in a more common manner. So,
be it in a more responsible
manner, yes.
In the age of increasing, so this is a statement by Education for Values in Schools, a framework by NCERT. In the age of increasing intermingling of communities and cultures, it is important that diversity within the Indian society is appreciated based on universal principles. Universality and diversity may seem to be incompatible, but both have to coexist in a democratic and diverse society like ours. As India is a country where there is unity in diversity, which is appreciated, and I think that it should be inculcated in the mind of the student at a very early stage, where values of democracy prevail while at the same time differences are also fully recognized and respected. Everybody is different, as we also study in child psychology when we were in B.Ed, when we are working on B.Ed, that every individual is different. In some or the other aspect, every individual is different. India is a country where different religious faith adds to its diversity. It is at the core of the identity of majority of our people, an important force influencing their attitude and values. It is these days what I, being in the class, being with the student, what I have realized that they don't know anything about the religion. Even whatever they just somehow, when we talk about, they are not pointing any particular religion, but the student, even the very early student of 7 or 8, they chant some slogan, whether they are Muslim or Hindu, but they don't know they don't know the meaning of the things. But the thing is that these things must not be in their mind, and they should respect their peers no matter from which religion they belong to. The golden rules of humility: treat others the way you want to be treated. It is one of the best opinion to live our life. The way we want ourselves to be treated, we should treat the others as well. Respect you cannot get by any means. First you need to learn how to respect, then only you will be respected. Give without expecting to get anything back. As in the previous session, we saw the video of a girl who was differently abled, but she offered her seat to an old man. So she gave her seat without expecting anything else. If we wish to be loved, we must first give love. As frequently stated by Buddha, philanthropist he was, and he was a follower of the humanity. Watch your thoughts, for they become words. Watch your words, for they become actions. And watch your actions, for they become habits. Watch your habits, for they become character. And watch your character, for it becomes your destiny. Because in the last session also we discussed that if character is lost, everything is lost. So we need to be very particular about these things.
So now, some papers, some sheets are provided to you. And you have to answer these questions. Now these questions are very simple, very easy. But only thing is you have to think and answer. I hope all the papers, they have got the papers. Okay, we'll take a minute. The papers are circulated. So let's come across the question. Today I feel. You have to write your feeling in few words, maybe one sentence. Okay? So maximum it should be one sentence. You can use few words, phrases, it should be okay. After that, the second one is today I have learned. Now I'm not asking about anything past. Only today what you have learned. Today I am proud of. And the third one is today I commit to improve. One aspect of yours which you would like to improve and you commit कि नहीं करना ही करना है. 5 minutes will be given to you. I think that's enough. So this is individual work, so let's do it.
एक बार ले जा नहीं सर
Should we start? Yes, the table is in progress. Sir, please, you come.
Good morning and hello everyone. The first question is today I think our topic is value. Right? So when we study, what I feel so I'm going to explain that when we were studying, there was no need of language. Each and everyone knows at that time how to value. How to value the people, how to value the elders, how to behave with the youngers, how to take care of the environmental things. But nowadays, who should think about this? कि हम ऊपर जाना है या नहीं? Why this topic is needed as a training? Why value education? Definitely we are doing that. हम नीचे गए हैं, सब कोई बुरा नहीं, क्योंकि वैल्यू देना हम भूल गए हैं, प्रेस्टीज देना हम भूल गए हैं, इज्जत देना भूल गए, रेस्पेक्ट देना, इसलिए क्या होता है? So value, first question is today, I feel that value education is needed. Why? To give respect and value of each and every one, each and develop each other. Today I have learned in the second to give respect to each other, to each and every one. This thing we learn. भाई सब कोई कर लो और एक काम होना हम कर पाएंगे respect, give respect and then pay respect. No, pay respect, वाला respect दीजिए, give respect and pay respect.
Give respect
Give
and pay
respect.
respect.
आप respect देंगे तब हमको respect मिलेगा.
Yes, आपने गलत नहीं कहा, सही कहा. Give respect, अरे आपको देना पड़ेगा.
Give respect. Respect देंगे तब respect मिलेगा. यही कमी है आज के दिन. हमारे एजुकेशन पहले एजुकेशन सिस्टम में नहीं था, लेकिन हमारे आप सारा पढ़ाता है सिखाया करते थे. जैसे मैडम ने कहा रिलीजन के बाद हमारा संतुलन सिखाया गया. आज के डेट में क्या आ गया? ये एजुकेशन सिस्टम से गायब है. नथिंग इज इन एजुकेशन सिस्टम. इन आपको हिंदी को इंग्लिश को और इधर नो सच टाइप्स ऑफ मैटर है. बच्चे सीखेंगे. हम लोग पढ़े थे विद्या ददाति विनयम विनय ददाति पात्रताम पद धर्म आप लोग की धरा धर्म करता है. विद्या ददाति विनयम, विद्या से विनय, विनय ददाति पात्रता. जब विनय आएगी तो पात्र आएगी, पात्रता आएगी हमारे. पात्र धर्म आप लोग की. जब पात्र होंगे तो धर्म की प्राप्ति होगी. धना धर्म, उस धर्म से हम धर्म का कार्य मतलब हिंदू मुस्लिम धर्म का कार्य नहीं. धर्म का काम का मतलब होता है परोपकार, लोगों की सेवा करना. किसी पास बुक नहीं है, पेन नहीं है, पेंसिल नहीं है, कोई बीमार है, लाचार है, उसकी मदद करना, ये धर्म. तो ये और धरा धर्म तथा सुख. धर्म से धर्म करेगा और धर्म से जुड़े धर्म का कार्य करेंगे तो हमें सुख की प्राप्ति. ये नहीं है झूठ खसोट करके पैसा जितना आ जाएगा यही रहता है. तो इसीलिए करके आप इसे जरूर नेक्स्ट इज या इसी से टॉपिक नेक्स्ट इज टुडे आई एम प्राउड ऑफ हमें गर्व है इस बात का कि आई एम बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस ट्रेनिंग सेशन एंड वीना मैम एंड इफत मैम इज प्रोवाइडिंग अस ट्रेनिंग इट्स अ गुड थिंग वी लर्न a lot of things from both of these so it's a good thing for us. The next thing, today I commit to improve. Definitely I commit to improve that what likeness is there in me. मेरे अंदर किसी को रेस्पेक्ट करने में क्या कमी है, इन्वायरमेंट को रेस्पेक्ट करने में क्या कमी है, हाउ टू सेव द इन्वायरमेंट उसमें क्या कमी है, आई विल समथिंग अपने आप में इसको ढूंढेंगे, अपोन करके इसको दूर करने की कोशिश करें.
We can have now class for yes, exactly what I was thinking.
Good morning. Today I feel worry about the implementation of value education in reality. Today I have learned it is a continuous process. Today I am proud of somehow we are continuously trying to improve irrespective of various hurdles, and today I commit to mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for answering all. Please, a clap for sir was very well. And everyone, please.
अब जिस लैंग्वेज में कंफर्टेबल है बोलिए, हिंदी, इंग्लिश, दो बार.
Good morning. Today I feel very energized. Why? First thing, due to the training, and my son has recited the whole Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, all the 3 paragraphs.
The next point is today I have learned. I like the teachings that have been shown in the last slide, the words given by Lord. I like that whatever we think becomes the words and the words becomes the action. So we should have control over what we are thinking because those words only becomes our action. So I have learned this and today I am proud of the moral values that we have learned through this training. These are really helpful for us. Today I commit to improve whatever we have learned through this training. I will try to inculcate this in myself and in my children.
Thank you, ma'am. If I may hear. Please, at least one person from one table has to speak. May it not just
Good morning, everyone. Today I feel that there is a lack of many values in me, so I will improve that values.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. This table has a
Good morning, everyone. Today I feel more active, more happy as compared to yesterday. Today I have learned that we should appreciate people who are around us rather than pulling upon the path who have left us. Today I am proud of the person who I am growing up into, and today I commit to improve my skills so that I improve the skills or move the skills in my students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning everyone. Today is the best day because I am very happy to part of this Cbse in-house training and that I am very enthusiastic, interesting and happy feeling. Next, today I have learned how to encourage values and norms of behavior in the present generation through fair play, joyous event, and so many activities. I am proud of, yes, I am very proud. Still, I have protected my values, my norms, code of conduct, and humanity with a lot of obstructions. Then after I call it to improve. Whatever I have my good qualities that I should always be with me with my future life.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning everyone. Today I feel happy. Today I have learned how to be happy. Today I am proud of myself. Today I commit to improve my way of living life. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, please. Today I feel have all the cushion. Today I learned to give Veena on Iffat love life and very presence of very बहुत अच्छा ट्रेनिंग है। मैं बच्चों को बहुत प्राउड करती हूँ और इम्प्रूव यानी जो कुछ इस ट्रेनिंग से सीखूंगी मुझे लगता है तुम्हें और क्लास में इसको इम्प्रूव करना।
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
They have learned the importance of values in our lives.
There are more questions, ma'am. Today I feel I'm proud of.
I'm proud of being myself and the values that are inculcated in me, which I follow within our mind.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. So today I feel a little closer to achieving my dreams. Okay, today I have learned the importance of health and rest, and because I was not taking appropriate rest, so I am as well. And today I am proud of my willingness to learn whatever I am learning from the training and see God's blessing in every aspect of my life. Today I commit to improve my self-confidence and mental health by dealing with roadblocks and negativity. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, today is the best day of my life. Today I feel overwhelmed. Today I have learned to be more patient. Today I am proud of where I stand because I have earned it through hardships. Today I commit to improve upon my inhibitions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
आशा टीचर
Yes, sir, please.
Today I feel energetic because of the weather. Today I've learned to be silent. Today I'm proud of being successful. Today I commit to improve my skills, especially writing and talking.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Archana teacher wants to speak something. It's not that only one person can speak from one table. If you are ready to answer, you can always come up. Good morning to all of you. Today I am in good word. Okay? And this is the value education. Value means inculcating the value of respect to each other. It's a good thing. But our school publishes there is a really respect to each other, guidance and the newcomers also to each other. And this is one of the things that is value will be inculcated from the school and from the family and everywhere, in every movement, the value will be. And I learned from here that is the respect to each other. And I'm proud of today that is the moral value about this. Last session, I have seen that one, the girl is standing, value. It's a good thing. And I commit that. This is the improvement of myself. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
As we were continuing with the guidelines prepared for the teachers, so far we just saw about the students and the teachers. Now there are some guidelines for the school as well. Values and the school environment. Yes, relevantly stated as per the statement of Indian Education Commission 1964, the destiny of the nation is literally and really being shaped in the classroom of today. Because the students we get in the class, they are the tools by which we can shape the nation. We can shape the nation. The values, the morals, whatever we give to our students, they are going to be our role model for the future as well. Because the children of today are the leaders for tomorrow. So it is rightly said that the destiny of the nation is being shaped in the classroom of today. So classroom, as soon as we teachers enter into the classroom, so we should keep in mind that it is not just a classroom. And these are not just students sitting over there. They are a set of people. We get to prepare them for the coming future. And they are the students who will make this world a better place to live in. And whatever the values, the qualities, we try to inculcate them in them. And we should try to just inculcate the latent abilities as well the qualities and the values they have. Because completing the syllabus and completing the notes, as earlier also I said that we teachers get completely busy in just completing our syllabus because that is at the end we are being asked for that only. So that is why we just get busy in all these things. But at the same time, other than just completing the syllabus, we should also keep in mind that other than this, what the lifelong lesson we are giving to our students. What the lifelong lesson we are giving to our students. Because the home of the environment they bring to the school. And here we have an onerous responsibility to just shape their mind as well. We need to rectify whatever the flaws in their behavior. For this, exactly the classroom setting. It is one of the most important things. For that, generally we also do just keep rotating the class, and sometimes we just make them sit according to the roll number. So we teachers must have the classroom setting accordingly that each child will get a chance to develop himself. At times, anybody would like to give me any suggestion? Just suppose you get some disturbing student, in the class, and you just think, okay, let's improve the child rather than scolding and just changing the seat just randomly. If rather than just keeping in mind a plan behind the sitting arrangement. Anybody would like to give the example of the classroom sitting which you people do in your class? Anybody please? The classroom setting which you people make just to bring improvement in the child's behavior rather than completing the notes and the syllabus. Anybody? Yes, please.
Now I couldn't, but earlier when I was in KG, I used to make the children a certain shape, U shape, so that the classroom activities can be done in enough space I will get, and the children at one go you can take control. And children will also concentrate on that, whatever the teacher is teaching and whatever the activities are done in that.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone?
Like in nursery, what we do is, like the question you just said, I also make them sit in a U shape, and when we are like doing work, written work, so we make sure we are making groups out of it. So again, the position is same. So the students are in orals, they are sitting in a different position. During writing time, they are sitting in a different position, so that they are concentrating on the work what we are trying to make them do. And yes, we are successful doing that.
Because classroom sitting is a major part of teaching as well. And anybody would like to just share the
as I come to the serious section, that time there is no space at all because 53 students in my class. There is an average student, good student, and very low average also. They are sitting together and making noise. In that time, I thought that they're making noise at once whenever I am taking the classes. I thought that how did they learn? And then I decided from average student in the middle position and the good one that in the corner, and then the little more low average they have to sit in the one side. Then after I told the student, whenever you have to improve yourself, your handwriting is very roast condition. The hand sit, improve your handwriting first. Then they know three four students first. They promised me, no ma'am, we will go to the good student, just near to them. Then I said, you must have to work hard first. Because there is no space to use safe and safe, I will not make it. So that's I just have to implement it only in my classes. Then I have seen the handwriting is to be improved little bit. Like this, then they will be seated over there. Like this element I happen in my classes.
yes, ma'am, it is indulgent to the teacher, I think. And anyone from the stage? Okay, now moving towards the school ethos. Yes, really, it is beyond the parameters of curriculum and syllabus. Because the work of a school is not just to complete the syllabus and make them coming in the position of getting first, second, or third, but it is just to make them a human. It is the great duty of the school is to make a person a good human being who can make this world a better place to dwell in. So for that, what we do that we just try to set some good rules. As many other teachers, as in the last session also we could hear that as Khushbu ma'am said, that there were so many that they just create some set of rules, like good words which we use with the students. So they feel very encouraged and they feel loved, they feel valued. So these are the duties of the school as well, which are really the beyond the parameters of curriculum and syllabi.
So now have a look on this home school partnership and community school partnership. What is the role? Can you zoom for the home school partnership so that they can go through each point clearly? Home school partnership. Okay, I think it is not visible. I'll just read it out, I think, or Shalini can help it.
That is the maximum size. Just because this is the maximum resolution.
Okay. Okay, this is the maximum size, so let me read it for you. First, we work on a home school partnership. I request everyone to just pay attention for a few more minutes on this slide. The first one is home school partnership. How we are going to see the partnership between home and school. Because जो बच्चा हमारे पास आता है, he is having attachments in two places. One is from classroom and the main one that is from home. वो स्कूल में सिखाने के पहले घर से भी बहुत कुछ सीख कर आता है, right? Some of them may not be right? It's not that he is all 100% correct, but then it is the responsibility of the school that filter of knowledge reaches to the child, and it should be through the school, through the classroom, through the teachers. So the first one, discussion with teachers. Many times we call the parents. Some of the parents also we call us or the messages directly लिख के देते हैं कि मैम I want to meet you. Okay, and they write the issue also. कि बच्चा नहीं पढ़ता या बच्चा खेलता है या बच्चा सोता और बच्चा वीक है, whatever, it can be anything. So now here, this is one aspect, and discussion with teachers. Now this is for the benefit of the child. Inviting guest speakers, panelists, judges, observers to school programs. Sometimes we have guests from different schools. दूसरे स्कूल के teachers or principals, they come to view. A few years back we had our annual exhibition, and then we find the different school teachers and principals, and we have called the children also to view that program. Now here, when I mentioned the guest speakers, panelists, judges, these people are talking with the children. They are guiding them. So that is one aspect. Then we have Parents' Day and Grandparents' Day. We are here teaching them the importance of parents and grandparents. ऐसी नॉलेज क्यों आ गई कि हमें बच्चे को सिखाना पड़ रहा है कि वो पेरेंट्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट? Why we have to teach the child that the grandparent important है? What has brought this change? Why today? What is missing? Why this lack of connection? So why we have to make this? We have parents and grandparents, we have to celebrate in school. Why? Yes, Pravesh sir?
Good morning to everybody. This lack of change is due to if both the parents are working, then they are not paying attention to the child, and they are very much busy in their workplace because of that reason is they are not paying attention, and they are seeking that attention from their teachers. So that is a main reason.
Yes. So somewhere some link is missing, and for that we have to celebrate this. Okay, thank you, Ramesh sir. Volunteers during programs, sports day, annual day, blood donation camp. Now here, there are many mother teachers in our school, in the primary classes. Now we are inviting them, we are calling them to have to participate to see how their child is learning. Right, so in the way we can see the shift is not only in school, but also some time, a different view because of a mother teacher comes alone. And if our teacher comes, the role is different. So we invite them to join us in make the learning properly. Substitute for teachers on leave. Here in our school we have enough teachers, so अगर कोई नहीं आता मैं नहीं आती तो मेरे बदले गीता मैडम चली जाती है मेरे क्लास में. Okay, but in some places it's such that the teachers are less. And at that time, substitute teachers are called. Okay, now this substitute is also from the nearby homes. Institute, tournament and awards. So here the school is having some tournament. So here what happened, the local people, the nearby, they come. They share the platform. वो भी visible करते हैं. Sometimes there is games between parents और बच्चे के बीच में. Sometimes like हम लोग kite fly किए थे. We do different thing and we invite the home to come to school. So when I say home means the parents और बच्चे के जो relatives हैं they come to school. Organize trips and excursions. So here when we organize any trip or excursion, we know that the permission of the group is very necessary. So here हम ले जा रहे हैं बच्चे को किसी trip पे, it is not only my responsibility. Okay, I cannot take it only on my own. So I have to have the hand holding of home also, because the home will also be guiding to the child कि कैसे करना है, जाना है, रहना है, what he has to follow. Conduct workshop for students and teachers. So we are having one. Storytelling theatre session for students. Dramatics, storytelling, role play, assembly. Everywhere we find that the students are involved. Now here why? Because this is home school partnership. Okay. Now we are shifting to the other one, that is community school partnership. Adopting neighborhood communities. One good example in our school is MPP. We have adopted those children. Okay, and we are providing the books and the necessary things apart from schooling. And we can see कि वो बच्चे जो कभी जिंदगी में ABCD नहीं सीखे थे, जो कभी ढंग से बोलना या बात करना कुछ भी नहीं जानते थे. So now they are into a nice, they are sharing platform with the normal kids. Okay, with our kids who are doing well in our school. Promoting intergenerational ties. Now this is related with that. You see, intergeneration. If the child is very casual with his generation, what about the earlier generation or the future generation? So that bond it has to be made strong, and school is the place where you can do it. Each one teach one program. Now this program says that we the teachers we can give, like as a holiday homework we can give to the children कि आप अकेले हो तो आप किसी एक बच्चे को या तो like it can be your maid servant at home जो पढ़ना नहीं जानती है, give the holiday homework कि आप अपने काम वाली आंटी को आप पढ़ाएंगे. So each one teach one. So what will happen? Literacy can increase. Vocational centers for the community. Now vocational, like apart from the studies, the child can go into the community to participate in the vocational subjects. Help checkup, blood donation camps. Whenever we do these things, we invite the community. sponsor Kumari, we invite the parents to come. आइए blood donation कीजिए. Okay. Now what happens? The school also mostly, the community also mostly the school is doing something, and the school is happy that the community is also sharing their responsibility. So you know, एक अच्छा काम हो रहा है दोनों मिलके कर रहे हैं. Then we have workshops in the community. It can be organized. Then running scholarship schemes. Inviting members of the community to the school. This we often do. And then we have ration distribution. Now, we know in India, in school, in any house, any place, we can say that the resources are not evenly distributed. But how wisely one has to use that can be taught into this. Visiting the inmates of blind school hospitals. Today Vikas is not there, but I think other members of Iffat club and we know that we have a collection from the children, not in the form of money, but in the form of either rice lao, atta lao, horlicks lao. And these things the children themselves they make and they visit the nearest community. And this what they develop a bond also, and then they know also कि who are the people who are not having everything. Actually, we have two categories of people: haves and have-nots. So the people with haves has to, bring into equality, provide something so that have-nots people can also have the benefit of life. So this is that. Here I'd like to share one thing. We all, many of young teachers here, we have observed that parents, they take their child, वो 2 साल का 3 साल का बच्चा 4-5 साल का भी बच्चा बहुत प्यार से लेके जाते हैं अपने बच्चे को और बेटा कुरकुरे खाएगा हाँ पापा and he gives him कुरकुरे the first time ठीक है और फिर वो धीरे-धीरे जब भी जाते हैं it's a fashion you know they don't say इडली बड़ा खाएगा नहीं अब वो आता ही नहीं है कैटेगरी they are happy चलते-चलते अच्छा लेट हो गया तो कुरकुरे फाड़ा ले लिया पैसा ले लो कुरकुरे खा लो right so who is the person here who is providing these things for the first time to the child the parents right and then उसके बाद हमारे पास कंप्लेन आता मैम घर का खाना नहीं खाना चाहता है इसको यही पसंद है why that person why क्यों अभी क्यों you have to be like more your planning should be more what you want to provide your child it has to be guided like much ahead आप जैसी आदत बचपन से डालोगे वैसी ही आदत उसकी रहेगी so do you think like this is very common we all see it every time right yes so we see here home school community partnership हमारे स्कूल का बच्चा सिर्फ हमारे ही स्कूल का नहीं है he is coming from different home the community from which he is coming वहाँ का background कैसा है so now the child is you can see he is a juncture of home and school and that is we whatever the child घर से बहुत कुछ लेके आता है और वो स्कूल से भी बहुत कुछ लेता है and that produces the child and we say कि हमारे स्कूल का बच्चा है okay so these are the things that उसके दिमाग में जो छाप डालते हैं right the first one is individual himself school class and community so all these four have been very important print in the mind of the child so when the child he develops उसको पता है कहीं ना कहीं it is there background में कहीं ना कहीं है जो भी वो जहाँ से भी सीखता है
we need to understand the need of the hour and the need of the hour is to just
have values, else God knows where the world is going to be. And what I think that the seed is one, is value ingrained in education. And the fruits are many. As you can see, A, self-respect, it is only value which can bring self-respect, tolerance, which is rare to see these days. You can see that these days students are no more, they don't have any tolerance capability. They are no more tolerant. So, value, if they have value in them, they can learn to be patient. They can learn to have control over fear, over their emotions, each and everything. So that is why the seed is one, that is value education, and the fruits are uncountable. Self-respect, tolerance, truthfulness, openness to new ideas and change, compassion, ability to access and utilize relevant information, caring and empathy, social responsibility and accountability, control over thoughts and actions. Nowadays, the youths don't have the control over their thoughts and actions. That is why they become an aggressive citizen. Gender and caste sensitivity, environmental awareness, communication skills, critical thinking and problem solving approach, positive outlook, leadership and decision making qualities. So the role of education is not to make them a capital citizen. After completing their education, they will become either doctor, advocate, engineer and these things. First you need to be a human. You need to be a human first. These are the core values of education. And if these values we can only get if values are interrelated with. If not, there will be a great confusion ahead.
So the values where the school can focus. School mission. I hope we know the school mission. Many of us know we make the child learn what is our mission and vision of the school. Okay, what it provides, what it wants to provide. Like what type of atmosphere should be in the school. And happy learning center, right, Charlie? And then where the school wants to take. Okay, you want to see the school in later 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So that vision and mission have a great impact in imposing the values in the child. Varied and interesting teaching pedagogies. अब हमारे स्कूल में ऐसा नहीं होता है टीचर आए टीचर ने एक लेसन पढ़ाया क्वेश्चन पुट किया डन जॉब नहीं we are having different methods now we have the teaching has been shifted from teacher center to the children center now it is child center now we see कि अच्छा इसको ये नहीं समझ में आ रहा तो हम लोग कुछ लाइन हिंदी में बोल देते हैं कि भैया तुम किसी तरह समझ ले ठीक है जिसको लिखकर समझ में आता है वो लिख लो और जिसको कुछ देख के समझ में आता है वो वीडियोस भी देख लो now we set online videos also right so that one today we are having varied and interesting teaching pedagogies adults as role models we remember we are every time being observed ठीक है observe मतलब हमारे लिए नहीं है वो ऑब्जर्व करके उनको बच्चा हमारी तरह बनता है the way you write the way you speak okay the way you like प्राइमरी में तो और भी होते हैं ना जैसे टीचर चलती है और बैक लटकाती है बच्चे घर जाकर टीचर की एक्टिंग वैसे ही करते हैं so what then the role model the mother the father जो अंकल आंटी हैं जो टीचर्स हैं so here the adults are the role models we have seen अगर हम जैसे कि बोलते हैं किसी बच्चे को कि हाँ कि प्लीज go and give this pen to Vandana teacher it is her pen हाँ in her correction तो बच्चे के दिमाग में भले वो पेन दे दे देर इज कमिंग बैक ओके द टीचर इज रिटर्निंग द पेन ऑफ वंदना टीचर सो व्हाट द चाइल्ड हैज टू डू अगर वो किसी का सामान लिया है तो ही इज आल्सो फॉलो द सेम राइट इन जूनियर क्लासेस वेरी ऑफन वी हियर किसका पेन है ये whose pen is this whose pencil is this whose copy is this कहीं गिरा हुआ मिल गया तो जो बच्चा को मिलता है वो he shouts now why because उनको पता है कि that thing is not mine and I should not take it तो वो जिसकी है उसका पहुंचना चाहिए so all these things from where they learn it from the elders secure and non-threatening climate बच्चे ऐसा माहौल चाहते हैं that is secure they know कि I'm secure मैं हिफाजत से हूँ I'm like nobody can harm me भले ही इंडिया बंद हो चाहे कुछ भी हो once I'm in the school campus I am safe even the parents they are relaxed when they make the child in through the gate gate के अंदर है बच्चा safe है now that atmosphere has to be provided by the school and it non-threatening also that climate okay गलतियां सबसे होती है but then how it has to be tackled it should be non-threatening okay बच्चे को ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए पता नहीं क्या हो जाएगा so it should be followed properly the values activities to promote international understanding environment and sustainable development what we do is international understanding के लिए we are having different chapters in different subjects right where we talk about those concepts that are beyond the level of school beyond the level of country and it is sharing international boundaries also so that is international understanding environment Chipko movement. I hope you all know. Okay, it is a Hindi word. चिपक जाओ. किससे? पेड़ से. क्यों? नहीं काटने देना है. Okay, so now why that motive अगर वो वहाँ हुआ है and that thing we are sharing with our children are also learning the value. Okay, भूदान आंदोलन. Okay, at a time when India was not self-sufficient, the big zamindars they have given their lands to the government. कि लो भाई, जिसको देना है दे दो. now किसको देना है? To the poor people, जिनकी जो landless people है. So what happens here? We are teaching the values that is not personal, that is on a very higher level to the regarding the society and sustainable development. We are also using, actually sustainable development is a very nice concept, very important, very important to today's need. It says that we are using it can be anything, any resource, but at the same time we are using it, but we have to use it in such a way that we have to make it last for the new generation also. And one more word comes there, that is judiciously used. So that thing has to be taught to the children in school. Then we have staff development program. When teachers खुश रहेंगे तभी तो बाकी सब भी होगा अच्छे से, right? So for staff development, this is one training where we are getting equipped with some tips, some knowledge which we can apply in our classroom. So the staff also needs to be developed, equipped with latest technologies, with which she can apply in her classrooms. Parent-teacher partnership. We call the parents and we say भैया 6 घंटा आपका बच्चा हमारे पास लगता है, but बाकी घंटा तो आपके पास लगता है ना, आप क्या सिखाते हो? So here we make the child, we make the parent, okay, the child is normally school frustrated because many of the parents they have this mindset कि बच्चा स्कूल गया तो स्कूल नहीं समझे, I don't have to do anything. स्कूल जाता है, ट्यूशन जाता है, तो मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी खत्म. So here we make the parent participate in the development of children, the child.
Along with all, there are here, along with all the ways to ingrain value in the students, there are some innovative approaches which has been designed by NCRT as well. And the approaches are evocation approach. Evocation is the process of invoking, to bringing something from the past. Evocation approach where students are encouraged to make free students are encouraged to make free and non-original choices without thought or hesitation. And the best example of evocation approach is just put an image of the starving kids on the display board. Just put a picture of the starving kids on the playboard and you will see the reaction of the student. Somebody will start, there are some students who are very emotional, so somebody start just feeling very bad for the children and you just tell them to say something about the same and they will be starting sharing their experiences. It is evocation approach. Now is inculcation approach, where students are forced, actually they are compelled, I should say, to act according to some specific desired values. Like in school, whether they want or not, they have to be the part of morning assembly. Whether they want or not, they have to attend the class. They have to be within the class only. If the period is running, so students is not expected to roam in the corridor or play in the playground. So that is the inculcation approach where students are compelled to act according to some specific values. Now the third one is awareness approach. It helps students to become aware and identify their own values, encouraged to share their experiences. Now the next one is moral reasoning approach. As since long we have been hearing the word time and again, moral, ethical values, value education. So these all are integrated through moral reasoning approach, where students are placed themselves in a role and experience the process of deciding. That is, they are being given a specific situation. Because suppose in language, the language teacher, we just give them story writing, where we give them a story, and the end of the story, they are free to make any kind of thing. The end must be happy, must be tragic, must be comedy. Analysis approach. It is very mandatory. Analysis approach where students are encouraged to study social values and the problems. And not only they are asked to study, but also they have to clarify questions which are coming in their mind. Suppose child labor. So what the child labor is? We give in the class as well to just write 4 or 3 paragraphs about child labor, and students come up with different ideas. Why child labor is happening in our country? What are the reasons and how we can stop it? Value. Next one is commitment approach. It enables the student to perceive themselves not merely as passive reactors or as free individuals, and as well as he is able to aware himself from the inner ideas and the members of the social group and society as well. Now this is the union approach. As we all have heard, unity is a strength and alone we fall. When we are united, we win, and when we are single, we fall. The purpose of this approach is to help students to perceive themselves and act not as separate. जैसा कि मैम ने कहा, मैं नहीं बल्कि हम. Not as a separate but as a part of a large itself. These are some innovative approaches which are applied to just teach them the value education. Now after this, we have an activity for the teachers. So for this, you have to be with your subject teachers, which is a subject-wise group will be made.
Okay, let's play a game. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. No. Just now you people have to sing according to your subjects. Okay. So I've got like Hindi here. All the teacher taking Hindi. Come on this table. If whichever you are comfortable, you will leave only one place. Okay, so Hindi and then Priyanka and all that common English. English. Okay, so let's pretend in one place. So here we have science. Ruposhi ma'am यहाँ खड़ी है, they will be using this science. Then Arvind sir यहाँ पे will use for maths. Be comfortable with whichever one subject. Wherever you are comfortable, be comfortable with it. And your choice also. And SST, social science. I don't think much of SST teachers are here. So sit properly according to games teacher, library and all. If you can form a group, that will be much better. And if there are two number of teachers in one table, you can make two different groups also. हिंदी का तो बहुत बड़ा ग्रुप हो गया है। हिंदी है ना, हिंदी आता है। Please be seated. SST English ठीक है। वहाँ SST ठीक है। Really? All subjects okay, please try. Veena, Priya, Madam Priya, please come here. Join Sumita, join this table. Vandana, you can join here because your faculty is sitting here. अच्छा, वंदना is later join there, sorry. English ना? Primary, then we have science, maths, here like librarian and computers and sports teacher, okay, good. And here we have English. So all subjects are common. Now, please listen to me carefully. Have a look at the board. Board means here this monitor. pick up any one topic. I repeat, please pay attention and listen to this. You have to pick up any one topic of your subject in whichever classes you go. Like you can pick up यहाँ 3 का बनाते हैं, 5 का बना रहे हैं, 12 का बना रहे हैं, any one class, any one topic. And you have to plan a class for 3 to 5 minutes. And that class, in that class you have to show the execution of the topic inculcating some values. The values that today I have learned, that values you have to show how you. Actually, we don't get any particular class. When a value education we take it मिलता है वो भी यूं चले जाता है. Right? So, and value ऐसा नहीं है कि we can teach them only through like one period. So how is maths teacher ensuring that the values are given to the children, how the science, English, Hindi, all the subjects. So I hope understood. It is clear what you are supposed to do. Chalo, I want one yes. I want one yes. Yes, ma'am, it's clear. Yes, ma'am, it is clear. Chalo. So you are getting 10 minutes for this, and after that, each group will come here and be present. Okay, present the class that they have planned.
We will present the stories, present the whole class, and teaching what values are being.
How? Not only what values, not saying, I was teaching one topic and I have given the value of honesty. How that thing is transferred to the child? How the value you have transferred? What value? How? Any chapter, any topic, anything. Okay? Chalo. Okay, dear teachers, please take 8 to 10 minutes is there your preparation time. So I hope some of the groups have completed or all the groups have completed. So very good. Our maths team has completed. So we call the maths team on the group on the stage. So let's welcome Vikas and group. The stage is all yours. We have one more mic there.
Come a little closer, Vikas sir.
Good morning, children.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Okay, children. Today we are going to learn about fractions, right? So, what is fraction? Who will tell me what is fraction? Okay, you tell me what is fraction?
I don't know, sir, what is fraction.
Okay. Right. So, children, what is fraction? Fraction is said to be part of a whole. Part of a whole. Right? So, suppose your father has given you a chocolate, and from that chocolate, few parts you have given to your sister or your brother. Suppose from the one chocolate you have given half part to your sister, half part to your sister. It means 1/2. So 1/2 is the fraction. Understand? So it means if your father has given you one chocolate, so will you give your half part to your sister or not?
Why should we give our chocolates to our sisters, sir?
Okay, so children, now we need to learn this also. Sharing is caring. We learn now. So we need to share our things with our friends, our sisters, our brothers, right? So if you will not share your things, then your sister and brother will say they will not share things with you. We share our things. So if I have one chocolate, one challenge, and I have 4 people, then how much one people will get?
1 out of 4.
1 out of 4, right? So this is the shape of pizza. Pizza, right? So Twinkle, if how much is this? Count.
Let me see how many parts are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8 parts. So in between 8 parts, how many students are here? 6. Me 7.
One is Mario.
One is Mario's 8. But how much part Twinkle will get?
1 out of 8.
1 out of 8. Very good child, Twinkle. Twinkle does not say 2 out of 8.
We are not taking 2 out of 8. Mario is 1.
If Mario sir will deny to take and I will deny to take, then 1/8 part everyone has taken. Then how much extra part I have got?
2 extra parts will get.
2/8 extra part I have got. That who will eat?
I.
Twinkle or Agya? You will take all the 2 parts. 1 part you will not share with me?
No, never.
Stomach will pain.
So, children, see, I have an apple. So I have given this to you. Now, cut it into 4 parts and give to 4 children.
And give this to me. And
So, how much twinkle have taken?
no, I will not be sharing. It's not sharing.
Twinkle, we need to learn sharing.
Okay, I will share it in instruction.
Please cut that also.
Now I will take 2 out of 4. Okay?
2 out of 4. But it's still
No,
give one to the Usha. Still they have not get. Then who will share? Who will share? Then who will share with the ring?
okay, I will share.
Usha will share. So we have learned sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, teacher.
So nice. Now we have the other team. Team Hindi. Okay, the next team is ready. Please come into the center.
सुप्रभात। आज मैं ये कहने जा रही हूँ कि हर मनुष्य में ईश्वर ने कुछ न कुछ गुण अवश्य दिया है। इन गुणों को हम नहीं आंकते। जब दूसरों के गुणों को देखते हैं, दूसरों की खुशी को देखते हैं, तो सोचते हैं काश मेरे पास भी ये गुण होता, भी मैं भी उतना खुश होता। इसे प्रदर्शित करने के लिए हमने एक कहानी लिया है। इसका नाम है एक कौवा और एक घोड़ा। आज मैं बता दूं कि कौवे के किरदार में है सुनीता हेनरी, हंस के किरदार में है अनीता हेनरी और तोता के किरदार में है निर्मला और मोर बनी है सुलक्षणा। तो आइए सुनते हैं, इस कहानी को देखते हैं और समझते हैं कि अपने गुणों को परखने और अपने गुणों में अपने आप में जितने गुण हैं उससे मनुष्य को संतुष्ट होना चाहिए। एक कौवा था तो बहुत खुश था और वो स्वतंत्र रूप से यहाँ वहाँ जाता रहता था। अब कौवे से ही सुनिए वो क्या कहता है।
काऊ 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 काऊ। ये क्या है? ये तो बहुत सुंदर है। तुम कौन हो? वाह, तुम तो बहुत सुंदर हो। और मुझे देखो, मैं कितनी काली हूँ, काला हूँ मैं, कैसा दिखता हूँ? तुम तो सफेद हो एकदम, बहुत सुंदर हो। तुम तो बहुत खुश होगे।
पहले मुझे लगता था कि मैं बहुत सुंदर हूँ, पर जब से मैंने तोते को देखा मुझे लगता है मुझसे भी बहुत सुंदर है, क्योंकि उसके पास 2 रंग है और मेरे और तुम्हारे पास तो सिर्फ एक ही रंग है।
तोता? तोता क्या होता है? काऊ 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 काऊ। तुम कौन हो?
मैं तोता हूँ।
तुम तो बहुत सुंदर हो। तुम्हारे पास तो 2 रंग है और देखो मेरे पास तो एक ही रंग है।
उससे भी ज्यादा सुंदर तो मोर है, उसके पास कई रंग है।
और मोर? अब ये मोर मुझे कहाँ मिलेगा? काऊ 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 काऊ। ये मोर कहीं भी नहीं दिख रहा है। काऊ काऊ।
मोर को ढूंढते ढूंढते
पूरे जंगल भर में ये मोर दिख नहीं रहा है, कहाँ चला गया? काऊ काऊ।
टिकट लेकर वहाँ लोग पशु पक्षियों को देखने लगे हैं। देखते देखते कौवा पहुंचा चिड़िया घर। हाँ, वो तो बहुत सुंदर है, कई रंगों से सुसज्जित है।
तुम मोर हो? अरे मैं तो कितनी देर तक वेट कर रहा था वहाँ, लेकिन तुम तो बहुत खुश होगे, इतने लोग तुम्हें देखने आए हैं, तुम्हारे साथ फोटो खिंचा रहे हैं, कितना सुंदर है तुम्हारा पंख। तुम तो बहुत खुश हो, सारी दुनिया के सबसे सुंदर प्राणी हो तुम, कितने रंग है तुम्हारे पास। अब मुझे देखो, मैं तो एक ही रंग का हूँ।
खुश रही हूँ। इतने रंगों के साथ भी मैं खुश नहीं हूँ। देखो किस प्रकार मुझे कैद करके रखा गया है। क्या ये हम तो ना ही सकते? ये जो है वो ये वरदान नहीं है, अभिशाप हो गया है। तुम्हें देखो, तुम स्वतंत्र हो, जहाँ मन वहाँ जा सकते हो, जहाँ जो तुम्हारी मर्जी को कर सकते हो, नहीं आ सकते हो कैसे आ सकते हो। पर मैं हमेशा एक ही जगह क्या करता हूँ। क्या मुझे लगता है कि ये रंग मेरे लिए वरदान है?
लेकिन तुम तो इतने सुंदर हो ना।
सुंदरता मेरी अभिशाप है।
सचमुच मोर, तुमने आज मुझे बता दिया कि सुंदरता ही सब कुछ नहीं होती है। शायद मुझे पता नहीं था, आज तुम नहीं बताते तो मुझे पता ही नहीं चलता मेरा अपना वैल्यू। सचमुच मैं एक ही रंग का जरूर हूँ, लेकिन मैं आजाद हूँ, खुश हूँ, जहाँ चाहूँ वहाँ जा सकता हूँ, जो चाहूँ तो खा सकता हूँ। काऊ काऊ।
ईश्वर के दिए हुए इस वरदान को तुम आपको न दें।
That was very nice presentation. Yes, dear teachers, please take your seat. And we have questions.
सुनीता दी सुलक्षणा टीचर।
So we have Shalini and Dhruv. They are Sai.
Good morning everyone. So we are from Science Department and our setting is right now outside the classroom. It is a recess time and children are playing in the school playground.
फोन उठाओ।
Now the recess is over, all the children are settled down in the classroom. Good morning, children. Good morning, teacher. Okay, good morning. Please sit down. Sit down, sit down. You all look so energetic today. What happened? How was the recess? Nice? Yes? Did you all have your food? Yes. Okay. Are you all ready for the science class? Yes. Sure. Chalo. Now take out your textbook, go to the chapter 1 and guess what is the chapter 1 topic? What is the topic? Come on quickly. Who is going to tell me first? Okay. What is the topic? Living and non-living things. Very good. Now let me all tell me what is thing? What do we call as thing? Kisko कहते हैं thing? Yes. Yes, Rahman. Come on. Okay. जिसको हम लोग touch कर सकते हैं उसको क्या कहते हैं? Things. बस touch कर सकते हैं?
The things we eat is living thing.
Things we eat is living thing. Okay. That things will grow. अच्छा. अच्छा, the things that will grow is living thing. Okay.
The things who can also breathe.
Okay.
The things that can move each other.
Okay. So you all are telling me the features of living thing. But first, let me tell you what is thing. Thing is something that we can see and touch. For example, I can see this microphone. So this is a thing, and even I can touch. Okay, so this is a thing. Now tell me, how can we differentiate between this thing? Yes?
By living things and non-living things.
Okay, very good. By living and non-living things. Now can you tell me how living and non-living things are different? Chair. What about chair? I can break this one. You can break this one. Acha. What you will
I can eat, so I am a living thing.
Okay, you can eat, so you are a living thing. Very good.
So I am also living.
Very good. You can speak, so you are also a living thing.
I can see, so I am living.
Okay, you can see, so you are also a living thing. What about you?
I can feel, so I am also living.
Ah, yes, yes.
अभी के पास माइक है।
So you are saying living things can move, can see, can eat, can feel, right? You are saying this, living things can feel. Acha. Now suppose I am walking over here and suddenly somebody just pushed me. So will I feel pain? Yes? Yes? Why? Because I am a living thing. Very good. But so only human beings are living things. So who all are living things? Tell me, who all are?
The animals are living things.
Very good.
Trees are living things.
Trees are living things. Very good. So you need now listen. always go and get them because they cannot speak. Is it correct? Is it correct? No. What about the trees? Trees cannot speak, but they don't have any feeling. They do have. What they have? They have feelings, right? So what we have learned today, come on, tell me what we have learned today. What we have to do? Do we have to plant the trees, flowers? Do we need to hit the animals? Then what we will do? What you will do? Exactly. What we have to do? We have to take care of our environment and show love and concern for our belonging. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Take time. That was a very nice explanation also, and at the same time, the transfer of values also. Very good. So now we have the practice session. You need chairs? Just sit for 4 minutes.
Being pre-primary teacher is very difficult for us to use lecture method to grab their attention for a very great period of time is very difficult. So just to avoid this, rather than using lecture method, we teach them action song. And to inculcate the values, this is the best process we can use is action song or by poem. So their students are making class journey. So let's see how teacher will take action.
As we can see, the class is very dirty. Good morning, students. Is the class clean or dirty? It's clean. Okay, let's clean the class. Everyone will repeat after me, okay? Say 1, 2, 3. Bits of paper, bits of paper, lying on the floor, lying on the floor. Makes a place untidy, makes a place untidy. Pick them up, all of you pick them up. Kaagaz ke tukde, kaagaz ke tukde, zameen mein gire, zameen mein gire. कितने गंदे लगे थे, कितने गंदे लगे थे, इसको उठाओ, इसको उठाओ. So now tell me, is this class clean or dirty? It's clean. So this is the way how we teach our pre-primary kids to clean the class. Thank you.
Okay, very nice execution of this values to the pre-primary. Now we have English group and SST group and one more
Assistant.
Okay, come. So one more primary group. 5 minutes. Okay, so come English. I think you're ready.
morning everyone. We are trying to just depict a value of unity among the students by just teaching one short story. So let's begin. Good morning, class. Good morning, class. Good morning, What happens? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Teacher, she slapped me. Why? Teacher, why you are standing side also? Oh my god. Okay, wait. Okay. So teacher, see, I will solve all of your problems, okay? But first, let's learn a story, okay? So I'm giving you a twig, and what you have to do with this twig? You have to break it into two pieces, okay? Take this, Veena. Take this. Come on, take this. And take this. Now try to break this twig into two parts. Wow, very good. You are very strong. Very good, Shri. You are also very strong. Very good. Very good. Yes. Now I shall connect these twigs. Now, because you have broken these twigs into two, now how many twigs are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. All of you have broken into two. So now how many twigs are there? There are 8. Okay? Now I will give 8 twigs and I will give to each one of you to break. Take it. Come on, Rupashri, try. Come on. You're not able to? Oh my god. It's okay. Let's see if the Shruti can. You're not able to break? Okay. Pass it on to Ritu. Cheesy? Okay, I see you are trying very hard. Okay, let's pass over to Sunny. My god. Oh my god, even you are able to do it. So see, because these twigs are united, you are not able to break it. Now together you try to break it. All of you together. Apply your strength and try to break it. So now you can break it, right? Why? Because when all of you are together, you will not fight with each other, and also nobody else standard fight will be able to come to your class. So make sure that you all stand united because there lies strength in unity. Okay? Thank you everyone.
Thank you, team. Nice presentation of teaching the value of unity to our children. So the next group. Ready? Yes. And we have only one more team left, so I hope you will have completed. Welcome. Okay. Well, nice effort put by PCID. So that was also that, like it's always the first time for one of the. Okay, so this was the first time this group was on team. Can we have a loud applause for the team that has played till now? Well played. So, team SST.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, my department is a department is minority department, so please imagine the whole class. So because students are very few, but please try to imagine the class. Good morning, students. Why the class is so dirty? Who has done this? Are you? You don't know you should have to clean your class and it is your duty. Why that? You don't know? No. Pooja, why? Why you did this? Why you did this? Ma'am, they told me. Don't try to blame him. So now, already you are aware about this. The previous day, I have given you the chapter. The name of the chapter. You remember? Jyoti, are you remember the chapter's name? Respect for public property. No, caring for public property. So now, what is the chapter's name? Caring for public property.
Caring.
Now this is not caring property. It's school property. Pooja, try to understand the chapter's name, what the student of standard 4, and you don't know your chapter's name at all. Jyoti, now I can remember. Okay. So why we are studying this chapter? Because we have to know how to take care of our public property. Now at first we have to know what is called property. That's you have the pen or you have the pen. Yes. Is your pen or mine?
Mine.
Your pen.
Yes.
Now you are sitting on the bed. What is? Is it your?
No.
Is it?
No.
Your. Who is the owner?
School man.
Okay. अच्छा ज्योति, आपका घर का सामने जो रोड है, वो रोड किसका है? आपका है? नो, तो किसका है? सबका है। क्या आपका घर का सामने जो रोड है, सबका है? यस मैम। आप कभी ट्रेन में जा रही हैं? यस मैम। वो ट्रेन आपका स्कूल का Okay, but very good. Clap for it. Okay, so you can easily recognize there are 3 types of property. One is personal property, that the Ashok has the pen, the space, everything, and then after they are sitting in the school, but the pen, desk, blackboard, everything is families for ourselves. But now, you are always very sensitive. If I am taking your pain, then what you are doing? For talking to me? Yes, when someone are friends, they took your pain, you can take away your pain. Yes? So you have to take care of your property. So you have to always take care of your school property. That is our common property. You don't smell of the world or days. You don't make the classroom dirty. You should not damage anything. Everything is new. You are spending 6 hours in lesson, am I right? So Pooja, it is your class, not your teacher's class. Okay? So, and whenever we are journeying by the train, bus, road, we don't mix anything. We don't make our road dirty. आपका घर का कचरा हम रोड में नहीं फेंकेंगे ना? वो रोड So, we should have to give respect all the property, especially the common property and the public property. So, any doubt, anyone? Have you understood? Yes, so probably I want to see the classroom to be neat and clean. Okay, thank you, class.
So team assisting, very good. And it's high time that we teach our children the value of respecting the property. Not only the private property, the community property, the school property, and that they have to respect. Because these days we overcome with the problem of the students damaging the school property. Right? And the children have to inculcate these values, and I hope that any teacher, whichever subject, whichever level, if they input these values, I think our school will be a much better place for learning. Am I right? Okay. So all the teams have finished their presentation. So assisting the value that has been shared by Team SSC, and good that you have come here on the stage in the last position. This code assisting the same. Mario. To defend a country, you need an army. To defend a country, you need an army. To defend a civilization, you need education. And to salvage humanity, you need value education. So, when we come across this thought with these words, don't you think that value education like nas mein hona chahiye? It has to be in the blood and thought process also. Right. So here as this quote says, we need an army. Okay, so if we train the children, we train the person, the youngsters, and then we can form an army and we can save our country from any external war or any unwanted condition. To defend a civilization, you need education. Civilization is a very long and continuous process, and you know, for that education is the base. Right? So if proper education is guided to the children and huge, large, educated and but very simple civilization continues. As we know, our Harappa civilization, Indus Valley civilization, the people have excelled. Their knowledge we are applying now, like we can relate, so that education can bring that development. And the last part, and to salvage humanity, you need value education. You know, आज के डेट में it's very important that we save humanity. We all are human beings, but how many of us know the exact value of being human?
Human is humanity.
How many of us?
Human is humanity because that इंसानियत.
Yes, इंसानियत को जिंदा रखना है, इंसानियत बरकरार रखना है. And only when we learn to respect, when we learn to understand each and every form, we respect each and every form of life. We are true to each other. We care for the property. We speak the truth. We learn the value of cleanliness. Like all these little things that are presented here. Okay, the respecting the diversity, the biodiversity. So these little things, if you pay tribute, if you pay attention in our class, we are going to develop humanity. Because you know, आज के बच्चे कल का भविष्य है. So if we want to see a better tomorrow, we have to work on it today.
Dear teachers, in our childhood we must have studied so many stories. And there are some stories like the thirsty crow, the honest farmer, the greedy lion. There were many. And all the stories had a moral. Every story had some moral. And at the end of the lesson, it was compulsory for the teacher to ask, what moral did you get from the story? So accordingly, while reading the story, we used to think about we are learning from the story. So just I want from you to just let me know, okay, whichever the story which you read in your childhood and you found it very interesting, even relevant today, the moral which you had of the story which you find relevant in today's judgment. And you think that yes, it was very good. The story which we had read is very much relevant to the world we are living in. Any of the story you recall the good moral and which is still valuable in today's generation? Yes, ma'am.
The ant and the dove story. It is related when if you do good, if you treat a person, you help a person, you will get in return the good thing. Yes, it will come back to you.
And please just remind the story that the moral so that any of the story which you read in childhood you had a good moral which you can see that yes, it is relevant. It is very important to inculcate the lesson which we have.
मोर और कौवे की कहानी से ये सिखाया जा सकता है कि आप में जो गुण है आप इससे संतुष्ट रहें और किसी और के गुणों को देखकर दुखी होना ये मूर्खता है और दिमागी नहीं।
प्लीज स्टोरी का नाम बताएं।
मोर और कौवा।
मोर और कौवा। Yes, from this table.
Here at Harvard, was slow and steady makes the race. Consistency. Yes, you need to be consistent.
Consistency needs to be there with the speed consistency.
The greedy dog, greed is cursed, as we can see in that story, that he was unable to eat anything in class.
Yes, because no wise like evidence. Yes, finish the story. From this table, yes sir. You would like to just know your experience. Rustic. the plastic rope. The moral of the story, he needs some water and he just have to put in the peppers and at last he needs the water.
Cleverness. Hard work and
Hard working, that is. Working hard is good, but working smartly is better. Get this?
We should not, we should work hard, as ma'am has told, smart work, and we should not,
Any story and the moral which inspired you
stories about grapes and grapes are so.
So, thank you, sir. So now, we would like to conclude this training by these few words. The support system of every education is value education. And thank you.